Good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, July 22nd, 2025, and I call to order the regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Leading us with the invocation is Pastor Chris Scott. Come on up, Chris.
Good morning, Board. Thank you. Would you please join me in prayer this morning? Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for the opportunity for us to gather, discuss matters that pertain to the County of El Dorado. We pray for your wisdom and for your peace in today's matter and today's proceedings. We pray that you would guide us into what it is that you are wanting us to do and how it is that we are supposed to move and care for this amazing piece of geography that we get to call home. We pray for your blessings and for your peace over all of today's conversations and all of today's interactions, all of the dialogue, all of the decisions, every aspect and detail of it. We consecrate it all to you, and again, pray for your wisdom in leading and discerning how to care best for this county, and perhaps most importantly, the people who live within this county here, Lord. We pray for blessing over the board today, for the ability to guide and navigate all the decisions, and for everybody participating in the dialogue today too, Lord. We pray for your presence of peace with them. Thank you for today. Thank you for how it is that you love us. It's in your name that we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you much.
Supervisor Lang, will you lead us?
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, El Dorado County, to another regular session of the Board of Supervisors, and I thank you for joining us here today in Placerville, California. As a reminder, we limit public comment to 3 minutes to allow enough time for everyone to have their voices heard. What is the will of the board regarding the agenda? No changes? No changes. Tiffany, you have anything to say? Or does Joe? Or well?
Yes, sir. Auditor Controller emailed the Board of Supervisors this morning regarding a minor change to item 2, if to the title. So if the first 2 lines could be struck so that the item simply reads Auditor Controller recommending the board and so on.
Okay. Joe, you want to speak?
No, I'd just like to acknowledge this was my error, and we were keeping track of my errors, but we were going to have to buy another server. So we've stopped keeping track.
We're still keeping track.
Well, then it's going to require another server. You know, I hate to, but as long as I have the floor, you know, I'm disappointed that the CAO's leaving. Tiffany's always been honest and transparent, fair, trying to be fair to everybody. She made a distasteful budget recommendation, which was not very popular, but that's what CAOs do when the financial horizon, you know, indicates there's going to be problems in the near future. So, you know, I admire her for the guts it took to make that recommendation. And Tiffany was a pretty good CAO. Now, if we want to hold workshops on bad CAOs I've worked with, if you have the months it would take to hold those workshops, I'm available. But anyway, seriously, I'm sorry the CAO is leaving.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe. All right. At this time, the board will make any necessary addition, deletions, or corrections to the agenda. I don't see anything. So what is the will of the board? The consent calendar, any changes? I'll reach out to District 1.
No changes.
Sorry, did you
change?
first want to take action to adopt the agenda with the minor change noted by the CEO?
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chair, I'll move approval of the adoption of the agenda with a change.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Okay.
Motion passes 5-0.
So anyway, the will of the board regarding the agenda, District 1?
No changes.
Consent, I'm sorry,
On
Mr. Chair,
consent.
you're talking about the consent
Oh,
calendar at
consent.
this point?
Yeah, I'm all confused.
You're okay.
Yeah, okay. Brooke,
No changes.
No
Right.
changes from District 3.
sorry.
Just a quick comment. Really appreciate the summary letter on item 3 that's going to the governor. Thank you for pulling that together.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Very good. I think this is, I hope it makes a difference. All right. So I'll open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, here today to talk on behalf of the Taxpayers Association. I'm a board member and past president, and it's related to item 3, as Supervisor Parlin just noted. I review the board's agenda every week for the taxpayers, and so I identified item 3 as being significant and brought it up at the taxpayers meeting yesterday. Asked them to support me or someone who would come to the podium and thank the board, thank the chair for what we believe to be a very thorough letter to the governor's office. In this case, it's to Alan Moore, the NorCal Regional Deputy Director of External Affairs, Office of the Governor. And it speaks to, and I'll just highlight, homeowners insurance availability and cost, utility and fuel costs, affordable housing and SB 35 requirements, transportation, transit, and green initiatives, homelessness, and supportive services. I note that in highlight in the second to the last paragraph, it says, one size fits all approach to state policy does not reflect the realities of El Dorado County. We completely support this. Taxpayers Association supports this action. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Chris. Anybody else in the boardroom would like to speak on consent?
Good morning. My name is John George. I'm a 30-year resident and homeowner at 3740 Chariot Circle in Rescue, California. And I'm here to ask the board to consider 3 items for the El Dorado disposal rate increase.
This is not the time to talk about it
Okay.
until that comes up, and that'll be heard in a while.
Thank you.
Okay? You're welcome. Anybody else want to speak on anything that's on consent? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants. Kim?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. So the first item is on item number 3. I do agree it was a good letter summary. I will say for the first part in the homeowners insurance availability, I'm kind of wondering why this suggestion that George had said he's been working on to have a separate wildfire type policy from the homeowners isn't there. That could be a good suggestion to put in there. And then also there's nothing on water storage. So I guess I would say, is that enough of an issue to kind of highlight that again for our county and for our community? The next item was item number 12, which is the continuation of a contract that was signed in June 2022 with an outside attorney specific to the Diamond Springs Parkway. There's no summary in that of potential cost. And in addition, there's nothing saying how much we've paid so far. So it's kind of like a open contract. And I find it curious that especially with budget challenges, we wouldn't want to see the cost. And I guess with that, I would also ask that why would we be contracting with an outside attorney when we have a number of salaried attorneys on our staff? So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
I'm also speaking on number 3, and I do appreciate the letter to the state. I just have a question regarding the affordable housing and SB 35 requirements because this board has, which I brought up several times, relegated their authority for the SB 35 decisions to be made outside of your purview and exclusively with the planning director. And I don't understand why you've relegated that authority. You've allowed these projects to move forward in violation of our general plan. These SB 35 actually requires you to meet the requirements of your general plan, but since you've relegated that outside of your authority, there's no opportunity to even bring that up. And I've given this board several documents showing how these projects that are getting approved behind doors is not meeting the requirements. So while you're asking the state to have more authority, you've already given away your authority, which is just so baffling to me. And I hope to never hear from you again to say that the state's forcing us to do this when that's not what the bill says. So if any board members willing to have a discussion about this, I would really appreciate it. I'm open. You all know my phone number. And there's many community groups that are working to try to get you to adhere to our general plan and the law when it comes to these projects. So thank you for writing the letter, but I would hope that you would also do this in a local capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from Tara.
Yes, good morning, Tara McCann, El Dorado County resident for how many years? A very, very long time, 36 maybe. So I concur with what Sue Taylor just said. Sue just said, I'm just baffled. This is so egregious, so outrageous at this turncoat that the county has done on the last couple, the last year or two. There are projects coming forward that are so egregiously not following any kind of requirements, regulation, law. I mean, I just am blown away at how we're operating like this. SB 35, I've read it. It states, and I will go through this word for word in another time at 1:00 when I have more time. It states word for word, like the second paragraph down. The projects must meet CEQA to be exempt, which is kind of, it's like almost reading it double standard. They're exempt from CEQA if they meet CEQA. How crazy is that? Well, that's how politicians write bills. It's exempt from CEQA if it meets CEQA. Read SB 35. This county is not following SB 35, and it will come to lawsuits. This to me is criminally negligent. You're wiping out all CEQA for what? For profit. And it's misled, it's misguided because my heart has always been with a taxpayer and protecting this county. My heart and soul for fighting for these projects, fighting for projects and fighting against some of the ones that were very fiscally damaging to the county is for that reason, that the county is not, and there's a project coming up later this afternoon, later in planning on the 24th, just exactly the same procedural red flag, this procedural fatal flaw of how the county's operating. We're not even looking off-site at any of the infrastructure, any of the traffic, any of the, you got a project coming up in the planning commission that says we want to have it omitted because you've got a highway right outside of a winery that's got critical vertical curve, floods in the winter, traffic. There's no mention of traffic in all the documents. So fatal flaw. This is wrong. SB 35 is not being followed, and this is going to come back to bite you. Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chair, I'll move approval of consent.
Is there a second?
Yeah, there wasn't any proposed changes, right?
No.
Okay, second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. At this time, the board would like to move to our 10 o'clock AM time allocation, starting with item 21. Kim, would you please open up the item?
Item 21 is a hearing from Environmental Management Department recommending the board consider the following regarding material recovery facility and solid waste collection rates for Waste Connections of California. One, find that a 3.62% consumer price index increase to the existing material recovery facility and solid waste collection rates, both residential and commercial, to be in accordance with the interim year rate setting process. Two, find that a 2.74% increase to the existing material recovery facility and solid waste collection rates, both residential and commercial, to cover the remaining construction costs of the new material recovery facility to be in accordance with the Sixth Amendment of the franchise agreement. Three, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution adjusting the material recovery facility rates by 6.36%. And four, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution adjusting the residential and commercial solid waste collection rates for El Dorado disposal to become effective immediately and apply the rates billing cycle as of July 2025. Supervisor Turnbull, can you please open the hearing?
Yeah, this time I would like to open it up to public hearing.
Good morning, Board. Jeff Warren, Director for Environmental Management. As Madam Clerk presented, I'm here for presenting the El Dorado disposal rate increase for the material recovery facility, the MRF, and for solid waste collection and franchise areas A, B, and C for residential and commercial. The rate manual, which was approved in 2014, provides specific requirements for collection rate adjustments. The base years, which is every third year of the franchise agreement. We have interim years, which is between the base years, and that is limited to 85% of the CPI trash and garbage change from December to December of the previous year, and also for unforeseen circumstances, which allows for additional adjustments as permitted. In March 2025, El Dorado Disposal submitted an interim year rate increase, application requesting a 3.62 increase for standard collection services for MRF, residential and commercial areas A, B, and C, and a 2.74 additional adjustment for transfer station MRF construction cost overages. The total requested increase is 6.36%. The construction cost overages stem from the new transfer station MRF project, which exceeded the original projections, which was $38 million versus the $12 million projected. This additional adjustment request is permitted under Section 11A of the franchise agreement under Amendment Number 4. Independent analysis, Environmental Management retained Crow LLP to conduct an independent review of the rate request. Crow has determined that the combined 6.36% increase aligns with the interim year procedures and unforeseen circumstances provisions in both the rate manual and Amendment Number 6 of the franchise agreement. Mr. Nyland from Crow is online, and he will now present his detailed analysis.
Thanks, Jeff. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah.
And do you have the presentation up, Jeff? Thank you. Good morning, board members. My name is Eric Nyland, and I'm a director with Crow, and I've worked with the county on rate setting for a number of years. And today I'll walk you through the analysis of the 2025 interim year rate application submitted by El Dorado Disposal Service to the county. Next slide, please. We'll go through a little bit of the background and scope of the analysis, results, and then I'll take questions. Next slide. And next slide. So on March 1st, 2023, El Dorado Disposal Service submitted its interim year application, which Jeff has elaborated on, and they asked for a 3.62% increase to all residential and commercial refuse collection rates, plus a 2.74% increase to fund cost overruns for the transfer station MRF at 4100 Throw It Away. We were engaged to conduct an independent analysis, a third-party review of this rate application, and we followed the county's rate setting manual, which is incorporated by reference into the county's franchise agreement with EDDS. And so the rate manual allows EDDS to submit this interim year rate application each year. The increase is a calculation tied to a CPI index, and The additional increase, that 2.74%, relates to costs associated with capital improvements made to the transfer station MRF. And our report that elaborates on the analysis is included as part of your agenda package. Next slide, please. So first I'll go through the interim year calculation, and that's shown on this page. The manual allows 85% of the change in the most recent December to December CPI. The applicable CPI, or Consumer Price Index, is a series titled Garbage and Trash Collection in the United States. And so from 2023 to 2024, that index rose from 602.164 to 627.907, and that's shown highlighted in this table. And so then we take 85% of the percent change in this index. The percent change in this index was 4.26%, and so 85% of that is 3.62%. So that's the interim year calculation. There's no, Crow simply takes the data and performs that analysis. Next slide. So the second part of this rate increase, again, related to the throw it away MRF transfer station cost overruns, it was requested due to the unforeseen circumstances related to this project. And that's specifically allowed in the the franchise agreement. And so the quote there, that the county should consider a proposed revision in a franchise hauler's rates whenever the franchise hauler can establish to the satisfaction of the county that unforeseen circumstances have arisen that have or will materially affect the franchise hauler's revenues or costs under this manual. Secondly, in the Sixth Amendment to the franchise agreement between the county and EDS, there's a specific provision there that discusses increases related to these improvements that were in excess of the 2014 estimate. So back in 2014, the original estimate for the facility improvements was $12 million. And so the language specifically says an increase in refuse collection rates or transfer station MRF rates to compensate contractor for any estimated costs of the new transfer station MRF improvements that are in excess of the 2014 maximum project estimate may be requested and considered by the board if the estimated costs significantly exceed contractor's original 2014 maximum estimate. And so the obligation of the contractor is for them to provide the actual agreed upon costs when completed, and to furnish this as an itemized list of the final facility costs by asset name, asset description, asset number, acquisition date, and acquisition cost. So this asset listing shall be retained in county files and listed as an attachment to the franchise agreement. And so the effort today was to discuss what we did to analyze the company's submission of these additional cost increases. And so if we go back to 2020, we did look at this, the estimate of the cost of the MRF and transfer station. And at that time, the estimate was $25.6 million. And the county did at that time approve a 3.23% rate increase to cover the incremental costs in 2020. Since then, the facility costs have increased another $12.7 million to $38.7 million. And these figures are displayed in table 4 of the report that we provided. The reasons for this the last $12.7 million of cost increases are primarily related to temporary and scale house and road improvements at the facility during construction delays. The company had to add a road allow continue. They added 2 additional material storage canopies. They expanded the transfer station footprint. So that is the bays where customers can bring their material, the self-haul material, from 4 to 7 bays and an additional 15,000 square feet of undercover facility. They expanded the household hazardous waste facility for operations that went, I think, every day of the week now. An overall increase in the construction cost due to delays, materials and supplies cost escalations were incorporated into this estimate. They added storage tanks. And this compounded on some of the delays that occurred through the COVID period with access to materials and supplies. So what we did to look at this is next slide, please. We did go out and visually inspect the facility and all of these different changes to ground truth the source of them, to see them. And we toured the site with all of the personnel that were in tune with these improvements, the financial and engineering and operational folks with the company. We did test 30 transactions to the invoice level. So we got a ledger of all of the transactions. This was about 14.8 million of the total spend. And we validated these back to invoice copies and proof of payment. So we confirmed that these were actual and valid expenditures. So we have some comfort that these expenditures were made and they are supported down to that payment level. We verified various rolling stock items. There were capital costs for those to see if they were similar to published similar costs of those rolling stock items. And then we verified the accuracy of the calculation used by the company to calculate the 2.74% increase. That includes a 10-year payback with a 10% internal rate of return, which is consistent with the reasonable return that's allowed the company on regular expenses through the rate setting process. So with that, we made a conclusion on the following slide is that Waste Connections furnished an itemized list of the final facility cost of 38.7 million by asset name, asset description, asset number, acquisition date, and acquisition cost as required by that Amendment 6 that I read to you earlier, the franchise agreement. And the 2.74% increase to cover these cost overruns from 2020 to 2025 is supported by the documentation that they provided. Next slide. So if we look at the aggregate combination of the interim year adjustment, the interim year rate increase, and these cost overruns, again, the interim year adjustment we calculated earlier at 3.62%, and the cost overruns at the transfer station at 2.74%. The combination of these two items is 6.36%. The impact to the common 35-gallon rates is shown on this slide for residential service. And these are monthly rates. You can see that the impact on these rates is between $2.13 and $2.48 per customer per month increase, depending upon the service area. Next slide, please. Similarly, on the commercial side, next slide, please. The rates are shown here by area for each of the common bins service levels for commercial service. The more common 2 and 3 yard bin services would increase between $16.47 and $28.49 per customer per month, depending upon the service area. And so just a little bit more context for this inflationary period. This is a little bit of a higher inflationary period in terms of the calculation of the CPI, labor and equipment maintenance and fuel escalations are factored into that. So it's a little bit above the average of that interim year adjustment that we have typically seen over the years. With that, I'll turn it back to you, the board, for questions, or Jeff.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board. Any questions or comments at this time? Lori? Are you
Yeah, kind of. This item every year, we don't like it. There's an agreement that says we're going to automatically increase the rates as long as they meet the criteria in the manual. So it's kind of always like, why are we even doing this? But we have to. And then I'm really disappointed because I had asked for these two items to be separated because I think they're different issues. One is just the annual rate increase and the other one is the one about the MRF, material recovery facility overages, which is a related but separate issue. So it's been all lumped together, and I don't like that. So I'm just gonna, in my mind, the 3.62 Consumer Price Index one meets the criteria. Thank you for Crow confirming that and going through that process. I don't think we have a lot to say about that, but the MRF one bothers me. It always has. And I'm even more confused by it. And again, Eldorado Disposal, I love you guys. You're great partners in all this, but we're challenged because we have our residents are struggling right now. The cost of living and everywhere we turn is just increasing. And so we're trying to figure out how do we as a board balance that? And I struggle because, I looked it up and my understanding is that, Waste Connections of California, my understanding, it's a publicly traded investor, it's an investment, it's publicly traded. They make money on this. So sometimes I feel, and I say it with other utilities, the investors are making money on this, and sometimes they need to make that investment and not always pass on the cost. So that's kind of where I'm at with this. And I'll go a step further. Back in November 8th of 2022, apparently I misunderstood the presentation. I don't know what happened, but I voted yes, it's in the record, because back then in 2022, my understanding, and that's why I asked for it to be put in the record then, was that Eldorado Disposal was committed to not passing on the cost of the project to the ratepayers. So there was some kind of miscommunication. I don't know how, but that is why I asked for it to be put in the record, because of that statement and what I thought was presented to us. So I'm really struggling with this item. I think that I could easily support number 1 because it follows the criteria, but I don't think I can support number 2. And then the bigger question is, legally, county council, can we not support item number 2 of this? So need some help. And I said a lot.
I'm gonna have to look at that. I was not prepared to answer the question about denying the rate increase.
Okay, well, that's a bummer because I have been asking about this for a while now. So, and not of you specifically, but of staff. So, and very consistent with, votes from past item. So that's what I've got right now. And I don't know if anybody wants to talk about it now or wait.
Okay. Anybody else? Brooke, you got?
Well, I would follow up on Supervisor Parlin's comments. I share those concerns. All of the utilities, in general, this is a problem. It feels like it's out of control. It certainly feels like it's out of our control. And the MRF is, it started out as a $14 million project and now it's up to 38 million. My concern is, what kind of incentive is out there for the contractor to build at the maximum estimate that they came up with in 2014? It feels like there's no incentive to stay within that. You put in a bid, you win the proposal, and the process allows you just to not only spread it out over years, over a decade at this point, but the cost overrun is ginormous and it just gets passed on to the ratepayers. So definitely, share that concern. Although I do agree, Eldorado Disposal does a great job. But that doesn't mean that you don't answer to the ratepayer. At what point do you answer to the ratepayer?
Greg, you got anything?
No, I just wanted to disclose that a couple weeks ago, I did tour the MRF and met with their Eldorado Disposals Management.
Yeah, and I did too. I think I reported
Yeah,
that
we
out
talked
from board.
about
Yeah,
You got anything to say right now?
but
or
yeah.
not yet? I just want to make a comment. With the increase that's going on at the MRF, there's more garbage being dumped in our forests and along the roadside. And there's more people that rather take their garbage down to Kiefer because it's a heck of a lot cheaper than what they charge here at this facility. And I don't like it. I don't like that it seems like it keeps going up seems like every time you go in there, it's an increase. And this is what I've been hearing from a lot of my constituents. One time they'll go in there, it's $80. Next time they go in there, it's $100. When does it stop? There's got to be some kind of, cap to all this. And it just keeps going up. And with our force and stuff getting cluttered up, and especially when we have these horrific fires, I'm just totally against the increase, especially at the MRF. So right now, I guess we can just open it up to public comment.
Well, can we get staff comment? There's a lot of questions that have been
Yeah,
asked.
all right. Okay, you want to do that? All right, Jeff.
Thank you, Board. As it stands with the franchise agreement and the way it is written with the rate setting manual, at this point, there is little to no discretion on how the board would treat a rate increase, especially with unforeseen circumstances. And I believe, and CAO, correct me if I'm wrong, if the CAO's recommendation is that if the board's desire was to renegotiate the franchise agreement and the rate setting manual to address some of these issues, then we could be directed at that time. But unfortunately, at this moment for this item, we wouldn't be able to do that. So right now, if the board were to deny any of these requests, we would have to find a deficiency. And we went through the report and the analysis with Crow, and we did not find any deficiencies in the report.
All right. All right. Thank you for answering some of those questions. So now I'll open it up to public comment. Come on
We are
up.
now taking public comments specifically regarding item number 21. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on up.
Again, John George, 30-year resident at 3740 Chariot Circle, Rescue, California, and homeowner. I appreciate all the comments and I learned some things that I didn't know. What I'm here for is to express my concern regarding the historical rate increase from El Dorado Disposals. When we first moved into our residence in 2000 approximately, the cost was about $32 for every 2 months. So fast forward from 2000 to today, I understand, a reasonable rate increase occasionally, but from 2000 to 2021, we went from $32 for our service to $73.46. So hold that number. Then from 2021 to today, we went from $73.46 to $98.19. So over that 4-year period, that's a $24.73 increase, which is about 25%. Now, with this increase that we discussed, the 6.36%, that'll bring it up to a 31.36 increase over 4 years. So that to me is unsustainable, and to all the other residents that aren't here to speak. There's 2 other items that I'd like you to look at. One is the exorbitant fee for the dump. When I used to go with a truckload, a Dodge Ram 1500, it was $15 to $20 for a truckload. Now, like the other speaker said, it can be $60, $80, or $100. So if there's an issue with the contract, I recommend that the board look at changing the franchise agreement, because it looks like every year we're facing unsustainable increases for the ratepayers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks, Jeff. Anybody else? Come on up, Chris.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Waste Connections of California, Inc. is a for-profit business and is an El Dorado County franchise. I am specifically interested in action item number 4, the residential rate proposal. I believe, as Supervisor Parlin has commented, that these items should be separated. And I believe you can separate them. And the reason why is that I consider the MRF to be the hub for the collection process in our county. Essentially, what I mean by a hub, I'm saying that you have transfers both from the individual or commercial individual, residential or commercial, into the facility where it's then sorted and put into its proper order. And then you have transfer trucks that leave and use our transportation facilities to go wherever they're going for, I believe, to be the resale of that same material. So you got the collection and then you got the transfer, I believe, out of the county. Now, the MRF then as a hub on the curb to curb people like myself and this gentleman, I believe, that just spoke, we get our service at the curb. I used to be group and believe that the new system that I have in my area now is better. After a couple of months, I worked with them to make it better. And now I hear that you're going to increase our rates by 6.36%. If you look at the 3.62 consumer price index, I totally understand it. But I don't understand how you got from on the residential curbside from 3.62% to 6.36%, because essentially they're charging me at the curb and then they're going back and charging me for the MRF. And I don't believe that's fair. And I don't believe that's illegal, actually. So I have a problem essentially with this part 4 of the 6.36%. No problem with the 3.62, but I definitely have a problem getting it up to 6.36%. I do not believe that to be correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Anybody else in the boardroom would like to speak on this? Come on up. All right, Kim, can we go to Zoom participant? Oh, hang on. Come on up. Sorry about that.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Brown, District Manager with Eldorado Disposal. Just thought I would add a little bit of color for you guys and for the public. Written into the agreement, if you read through the agreement, you'll notice that our profitability is actually capped. So there isn't an intention here to, seek egregious profit. The other thing I would just add, is the CPI is intended to help us pace inflationary costs as well, labor, fuel, disposal. I know all of you guys know that, but I just want the public to understand that as well. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak? All right, let's go to Zoom participants, please, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Taking public comment from Sue.
So back in the day, before you guys were on the Board of Supervisors, the county decided to no longer allow for individual other enterprises to bid on our garbage. They decided to go exclusively with this company, and then later on, when they decided to build the structure, I think that's when the deal came to, once we build the structure, then you're kind of locked into this monopoly. So that was kind of in the past. We always challenged that happening, because now you're kind of where you're at with only one, there's no competition to kind of come up with these numbers. But my concern is, I agree with what Chris Payne said. I guess you can raise the consumer rate, the 3.62 I don't know how often that's done. It just seems like we're just getting these rates are becoming very high. But anyway, when you're looking at the data, it said like we did a special raise that paid for the increase, the 25.6 million from 2020 to 2025. So now this is on top of that. So that was a 3 point something raise to build that, to cover that 25 million, which should have, I'm guessing, already happened. So now we're covering we're adding another 2 point something% to that 3 point something% for the overrun. It doesn't sound right. And I would say, this is on the agenda. You have the power to approve or not approve. That's why you're there. And that's why it's on the agenda. I would approve number 1 and deny 2 through 4. And I would go back and request renegotiation on that, agreement that was made in the past. It was probably made outside of this board, and it would be good to go back and look at it. So, and also, why are we paying for starting in July when there's only 9 days left in July? Number 4 actually says you're going to start billing as of July, which is back, tracking. So if you're going to approve this, which is 6%, just seems horrific. They're a business, you know, they should pay for their expansion, not all the ratepayers. But anyway, it shouldn't start in July. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Good morning. Are you there? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning. It's Tracy Doyle calling in for Patriots of El Dorado County Political Action Committee. I'm calling in to speak on behalf of our members and probably most of the community. We are tired of being nickel and dime to death, and it's especially insulting when it's being done by a for-profit company that also donates to our supervisors. At least one of you sitting up there received at least $5,500, or was it $11,000, from the husband and wife of the CEO of El Dorado Disposal. We're tired of this. And like that gentleman said earlier, $38, now we're at over 70. Mine's like 120. This isn't happening down in Sacramento County, where Sacramento County runs the waste management, operates it. So my question, I don't know if it's been answered, how do we get in this monopoly? Like when my home flooded and I had to go rent, I had to rent a trailer, or what do you call it, a dumpster. There's a monopoly up here. I didn't have options. And I don't think that's fair. And I don't think it's acceptable. And I think we need to figure out how to take bids, request for proposals, and get out of this monopoly, because we're tired again of being nickel and dime to death. Oh, it's just $2 here and $2 there. We're tired of it. So I'm asking all 5 of you sitting in there to serve the people and not this for-profit company. It needs to stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for any further discussions.
Did county council have a chance to look into this a little bit for us?
So we are looking into it further. If the board has concerns about it, my suggestion would be to continue either that component of the request or the entirety of the item so that we can provide you a more thorough opinion on the ability and the board's discretion with respect to rate setting for specifically as to the cost overrun component. I think if I'm hearing you correctly, with respect to the traditional interim year rate setting process, there's little debate about the process. I would like an opportunity to further look into the board's discretion concerning the additional rate increases associated with the cost overruns for the construction.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I would like to do that to continue the number 2 part, which I guess then somehow that impacts 3 and 4 though.
Yeah, I
How
mean,
do
I
we
think
do that?
logistically things get a little bit complicated because the resolutions do seem to have combined actions. So it might be prudent to just continue the entirety of the item. I might suggest, since next week's agenda will be publishing pretty quickly, that you might want to continue it to the August 12th meeting for further consideration.
Okay.
Well, only except for next week's agenda is fairly light. Do you know about the following one? Is that one?
I think there's a break after next week.
Yeah. Would it be
Can't we get it
more
back?
prudent to do it to next week since it's a light agenda and we know that? And is
You
that
can,
okay?
yeah. I mean, I'm not concerned about the time to get you an answer. It's just
Yeah.
I mean, we'll certainly be able to meet that. It's just whether any changes are required to the item as a result.
Okay.
But we could certainly do next week.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we just continue it, it would be the whole thing as a whole, continue it, and then we'll go from there. Kind of
That seems
figure it
fair.
out.
We
guess.
did factor in a late start again for the 29th, because we had these breaks. And so if we're gonna put this one back on, we might want to reconsider the start time.
Yeah.
Because we
9
might be
o'clock.
crunching.
Yeah.
9 o'clock.
Right.
Yep,
Yeah.
We
go
can do
back
that.
to 9
I think
o'clock.
that
Okay.
makes the most sense.
All right. Everybody okay with that? Or I mean, do I get a motion?
Well, I'm okay with it, but I would just remind us all during this time period to reflect on during this past few years, the country's been through record inflationary numbers, supply chain interruptions due to COVID. There was excessive line mitigation that needed to be done on this site, which is different from other places. Construction delays were relative to those, and the excessive state regulation, and just I'll use compost for example, that they have to now do truck material to Ukiah, make it into compost and then truck it back. So there's a lot of state regulation that makes no sense. And I would urge everybody that votes in the state of California to keep these things in mind. And the fuel requirements also through the state of California are way more excessive than other places also. So I would just want to keep all those things in mind.
That's, yeah.
Yeah.
W-
And our residents are struggling with the same thing, which is why. you
I'm
know,
a resident as well.
right,
I
we're
pay
in
all
a
these
tough
fees.
spot here, and we're trying to do the best we can to look at
Understand.
everything. So I think that's fair.
And you got to understand that a lot of people that I know are hauling their garbage all the way to Kiefer because it's a lot cheaper, and it's impacting their livelihoods, especially when it's people that are on fixed incomes. All right,
So I'll
so
move that we continue it to.
Can I ask a question
next week.
first?
Yeah.
go ahead.
Either from Jeff or the company. What was the reasoning for the improvements to the MRF? Was that requirement of the counties to continue the franchise
I'll defer
agreement?
to the
or-
franchisee on that one. It was before
Okay.
my time.
I can provide some history. When I'm a resident myself, so I've been going to the facility since I was a child. Old facility was inconvenient and unsafe for a number of reasons. Our old facility had one gatehouse that would try to process all of the traffic. Something else for everybody to consider is we're the only processing facility on the western slope outside of South Lake Tahoe, and your next is going to the landfill down at Kiefer Canyon. So for the western slope, we're really the only facility here that collects household hazardous waste amongst many other things. But to answer your question, Mr. Ferrero, old facility was slow in processing customers, so that was a really big deal. Traffic throughput was something that we drastically needed to improve. And then secondly, the old facility was basically 2 different levels, so customers would back up and then drop off of a ledge, extremely unsafe, and frankly, we had numerous occasions there. So we needed to fix that. And then our way of processing, the old facility really just wasn't set up logistically well. So you have kind of traffic crossing and those were, I would say, the main targets for establishing a facility that's efficient and safe for the public, and frankly can allow for the amount of material to intake that we need to.
Yeah, thank you.
Do we want to ask to add a presentation perhaps on, and I know it sounds strange, but the state of garbage is different than it used to be. And I'll just say garbage, but recycling, everything has changed, to Supervisor Veerkamp's point. I mean, I really struggle with all of it right now because the big lie of recycling has come to roost. And we're trying to figure out, these mandates that aren't realistic and all of these things, we're trying to deal with. And maybe if we had a presentation on that also, that would help us understand where the reality is of these things. Plus, Supervisor Trimble, you're not wrong. Dumping is becoming an issue because the costs are so expensive. So how are we as a county going to come together, with our partner here and really address the issues, but yet keep it reasonable? And is that even possible? So maybe we would want to ask for, because we haven't had one, I don't think, in quite some time. The last time I remember, we kind of touched upon it a wee bit when we were talking about the composting for SB 1383, and that was what, 2 years or 3 years ago now. This is a presentation on the fact that it's not actually a dump. I still call it a dump because I grew up in the county, but it's not a dump. I mean, just all of that. Maybe we need a little bit of a presentation with a ground check with it, since we're gonna move up our start time to accommodate that. What do you guys think? Is that a good idea to have? And then we can ask questions on the presentation as we go too.
I think it'd be real good to hear their challenges and the costs that they are spending to process not only trash, but recycling that they're not making any money off
No
of.
money, it's not
It's
there.
just costing them. And it's funny, I mentioned last week that I grew up in the garbage business. I remember these conversations at our dinner table with my dad 50 years ago.
Right.
You know, and it hasn't changed.
It hasn't
It's an
changed.
expensive business
and
to
it's
run.
gotten worse. So, and then maybe coming up with some brainstorming ideas of what we can do to help with the rising costs for our residents. Some out in the remote area community days we had talked about when I visited, some things we can do to actually help our residents would be great also to hear. So, give you guys an opportunity to kind of explain the situation better, because we didn't get that opportunity today. So if everybody thinks that's a good idea and it would be helpful with our conversation, can we add that to that?
Well, I mean, I don't know if what you're suggesting is within the scope of the item that is proposed to be continued.
Okay.
So
Just add a separate
it
agenda
might have to
item?
be a separate item. They
That's
could
cool.
certainly be called and heard together, but
Okay.
The presentation and consideration of other things is just to help save ratepayers money is admittedly beyond the fairly narrow scope of the item that's before you today and would be proposed to be before you next week.
Okay. So if we add an additional agenda item that's separate for a presentation so that we can hear them together. And
You
we're-
could, I mean, as to whether or not the participants in that presentation are available and will be prepared to have the conversation is something that I certainly can't answer.
I saw Chris kind of nodding his head, yeah. So I kind of felt it from the room, but yeah. Thanks for that. Sounds good.
So I
we can
think your
pull that.
motion today would be to continue the current item to next week with direction to staff to place an item on next week's agenda for a presentation, allowing for further discussion of the cost challenges as well as options for reducing costs to ratepayers.
Perfect. So moved.
All right, got a second? I'll second it. All those in favor by saying aye?
Mr. Chair, one
Okay,
comment
all right.
before we get to the vote. I participate in quite a few different community events and so forth, and I just want to shout out to Waste Connections El Dorado Disposal for their community cleanup days in various areas. They do make a lot of attempt to keep the costs down by free days when people can bring stuff in, and I mean a lot of stuff. I've been at those events and they're there, so there's a lot of effort going on. I think they're a great partner. We don't have a lot of options, and it's
Yep.
basically because of how the situation has morphed over the years. So I'm going to go along with the motion, but I'm really was rather ready to approve the item today. And I don't like cost increases, but this is one that will come back to bite you big time if you don't keep it at a level of service we need, and that's enough.
Yep.
All right, Brooke, you have anything to say?
No, I'll wait till next week's presentation. Thank you.
Greg,
I agree with Brian. I think we're thinking the same way. So
all right,
I'm fine with next week though.
okay, all those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. All right, so I guess we can move to department matters. Item 19, probation department. Probation services week.
Item 19 comes from the Probation Department recommending the board receive a presentation on pretrial probation and parole services week.
All right,
Do you have the presentation? Looks like Zoom's going to create a problem for me.
Good.
All right,
Thank you.
Brian.
Excellent. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Brian Richard, Chief Probation Officer. I want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to the community this morning. As the probation chief for almost 12 years now in El Dorado County, it has been my honor to be able to provide service to the citizens here in El Dorado County, but I'm here on behalf of the people that actually do the work. My staff are an incredible group of human beings. And that's really why we're here today is across the country, here in the state of California, County of El Dorado, we're here to acknowledge the work that's done by community corrections professionals all across the world. Here in the United States, in California, in El Dorado County, the community corrections profession is actually older than the county itself. It started back in the 1840s in the state of Massachusetts when a single man who noticed that a number of people who would otherwise do well outside of a jail cell were simply resigned to serve time in custody for typical public drunkenness and wayward activities, and said there's got to be a better way. Our jails are full and overrun. People come out, they get drunk again, they go back in the jail, they continue to recycle. That man's name was John Augustus, and he was considered the father of probation in the United States of America. And he began to take those people out of jail, paying their bail on their behalf, and then putting them into a rehabilitation program of his own making with the intent to keep them from going back into custody. His success rate was phenomenal, far better than ours, frankly. But it was a different time back in the 1840s, and he was dealing with a very different human being. In the County of El Dorado, the business of community corrections probation is over 100 years old. We started this business back in the early 1900s as, in the case of John Augustus, a solution to a problem that was growing and growing and growing, which was that when law enforcement makes an arrest, God bless them, puts people in jail, and jailers are taking care of folks inside, God bless them, those people come back out, tend to commit other crimes, and go back into custody. And that revolving door that we saw back in the early 1900s in California noticed that we were expending bed days faster than we could build them, and that was never going to be the permanent solution to anything. So probation services made their way out west from the East Coast and took root in California back in the early 1900s. As it did here in El Dorado County early on, the probation chief was established for the purpose of removing people from custody, building on their strengths, working on their weaknesses, and trying to prevent them from committing additional crimes, which equate to additional victims in the community. That business model is essentially the same today as it was back in the early 1900s. Today, as we have for over 100 years in this county, we take people out of the courts and out of custody and work on their strengths and build them into a better version of themselves and try to overcome their weaknesses, which we all as human beings have, some greater than others, in order to prevent them from going back into custody and being more of a burden on the community, when in fact we recognize that this human business that we're in, which we're all in, you, me, everybody that serves in the county is in the human service business in some way, shape, or form. Even our partners at Waste Management, it's all about people and service to people. Everything that we do is about service to people. And in the probation department, we focus on that almost uniquely and universally, that while accountability is our mission, opportunity is the manner in which we deliver on that mission. We create opportunity for people so that they have the ability to pour into themselves, become better version of themselves, and prevent what they've already experienced by being arrested, going to jail, and costing the taxpayers of this county additional dollars. We're the ones that prevent that from happening by helping them build a bridge to something better. Next slide, Kim. So you understand what it is that we do. I think oftentimes the community doesn't understand how it is that we do that we work with juveniles, that we work with adults, that we work with cases from the very beginning when an arrest first occurs, when pretrial services are being offered to people, rather than holding them in custody, waiting for their day in court, bringing them back out in the community so they can continue to go to school, continue to do their job, continue to take care of their family. We're there at the beginning of those processes, and we are there all the way through to the end, and we are servicing cases for multiple years on end. So when an arrest occurs in the community, that only begins a process that takes 2 to 3 to 4 years to actually wrap up. And most of that time is spent with a probation officer or probation staff member engaging in services in order to work on that thing we call rehabilitation that just sort of sits out there as a word that people don't necessarily understand all that lies behind it. But there's so much energy and so much effort that goes into helping a person make that transition from a life of criminality to a life of success. And the people that actually make that happen are those probation officers and all of those probation staff, those professional probation staff behind the scenes. Kim? I mentioned that it is all about people, and it is, whether it's inside our department with colleague to colleague, whether it is outside the department working with our clients, or whether it's working directly with the community to build an understanding of what we do so that they can assist us in that process. It is all about commitment to relationship with people. That is the way that is the secret sauce to our success, is the commitment to relationships with people. And building better relationships, building stronger relationships. And where those relationships fall down, where they break down, is where we fail. And when we recognize our own failures, it's incumbent upon us as the experts in corrections to work to rebuild those relationships, whether it's with our clients or our partners, to ensure that we can continue to deliver on the mission of the probation department. Next slide. And I mentioned the connection to the community. There are so many partners on which we build the success of our practice of community corrections. There is education, law enforcement, everybody in the criminal justice system, everybody in the health and human services system, people that are community-based organizations that are volunteers in the community, citizens in the community, family members. All of these people are partners in the work that we do. We're the ones that have to bring it all together, but they're the ones that are out there making the real connections with the people that need support in the community. You break it down to just a very individual level and consider one of your neighbors who might just need help. You would be there to serve that neighbor. If your neighbor needed help with a project, or your neighbor needed help with a move, or your neighbor needed help with just about anything, I know most of us in El Dorado County wouldn't take a moment of pause to say, yeah, I'm happy to help you out. We do that on a corporate level. We do that in the aggregate. People that come through our doors, a lot of times they have hurt the community, they have hurt their family, they've hurt themselves. We recognize that, acknowledge that, hold them accountable for that, but then we recognize they don't want to continue that pattern. They don't want to hurt themselves more. They don't want to hurt others more. And they want our assistance in moving forward to a better place. And what we realized over the last couple of decades was we were far more effective at that in building relationship with our clients and taking good care of them and letting them know your success matters to us, not just your accountability, not just you not doing crime anymore. That matters to us greatly, but also what matters to us is you and your success and your family and your kids. We want to make sure that all of them are taken care of, and that goes through you as the person that with whom we are working. Next slide. I've said more than a few times to my staff, when things get tough, we don't cut infrastructure. Infrastructure matters. Without our infrastructure being sound, Brian, you mentioned just a few moments ago in the last item, this is one of those things you don't want to let the maintenance of effort go on because it'll come back and bite you. Well, I feel that same way about my department as well. When it comes to infrastructure, we don't let that maintenance of effort go. And especially in times like this where budget is tight, you have to be careful about the decisions that you make as to what you're going to restrict within your environment. And one of the things that matters most to me is making sure that all of our deputies and all of our staff have access to the things they need to do their job most effectively. That comes through two of our divisions, our Operations Support Division, which handles things like training and connection to resources and professional development so that people understand the business that they are in and continue to stay top notch in the business that they're in, so that we're running a state-of-the-art probation department to make sure that we have connection to technologies that advance our profession and that help offload some of the more ministerial tasks from deputies so that they can spend time relating directly with people, more time with people, less time on computers. That to me is what our technology modifier is all about. And our Operations Support Division helps us manage that. The next of those divisions, Kim, thank you, is our administrative, fiscal, and human resources. They say in the book, Good to Great, you hire the right people and get them on the bus, and then you find the right place, the right seat on the bus for them to make sure that your operation can run smoothly. It all starts with hiring the right people. Now, hiring the right people means you got to find people that are going to be passionate about this work, passionate about helping people, passionate about keeping the public safe, passionate about all of the little nuances of our business that make a difference. Understanding that you are in a business where you are a constant learner. The business never stops. It never stops growing. It never stops evolving. And our deputies and our staff have to evolve with the business. We can't do the business the way I did it 30 years ago. We have to do the business the way that it needs to be done today and looking forward to tomorrow so that we can do it better tomorrow. And that's the way we've set up our department. We have a lot of good, solid infrastructure to help us move the department, continue to move the department forward into the future and evolve with the practice of probation. And I don't care where the next best lesson comes from. It could come from Central America. It can come from Europe. It can come from Minnesota. I don't care. Wherever that next best practice is, I don't pretend that we know everything all the time. It continues to evolve, and these divisions help us identify those things, bring those practices in-house, distribute them out to the staff, and ensure that we're providing the best mission that we possibly can. Next slide. Which goes into our core mission. We have two primary divisions that provide direct service to the folks of El Dorado County, our adult probation services and our juvenile probation services. Our adult probation services, I mentioned, start at the pretrial level. They start at the very beginning of a case, and they go all the way through to the community supervision level and beyond, because there are those people that are removed from the community, sent off to state prison for multiple years, returned back to El Dorado County, and I can confirm more than 90% of the people we send to state prison, whether it's for a low-level offense or a high-level felony, return back to El Dorado County. And after having gone to the state prison system. So all of that is implied that we get back a different version of person than we sent away, which is why we try to limit the number of people that we suggest are appropriate for state prison, because we don't want to send the people that we are mad at to state prison. We want to send the people that we should be afraid of to state prison. To us, that's what makes sense. The people we're mad at, we can deal with them. The people that we should be afraid of maybe need to go away for a little while and then come back after some modification. But once we get them back from state prison, we're now dealing with a multitude of populations, from low-level misdemeanors on pretrial to high-level felony offenders that have returned from state prison and everything in between. That's your probation department on an adult scale. And there are over 1,000 people that we're dealing with on a regular basis, hundreds of cases that are churning through the department every month for different various reasons. And it is super important to understand that it is not a one-size-fits-all approach. Every case is tailor-made. Literally every case is tailor-made. We don't just go to the freezer, get the box, and put it in the microwave. This is a customized meal for every single client that we work with, which is why it takes so darn much effort and energy to work on these cases. And remember that if there were no probation system in the state of California, if there were no probation system in El Dorado County, you don't have enough jail beds today. You couldn't possibly build enough jail beds tomorrow to actually accommodate all of the people that go through the court system in this county and this state. It would be impossible. And if you could accomplish it, you wouldn't want to pay the bill. It would be an exorbitant amount of money, which is why probation services come at a relative cheap price. Last time we checked, it was about $4,500 a year to put somebody through a probation year, a client through a probation year, as compared to $45,000 a year that it costs to put somebody into prison and about $30,000 a year that it costs to put them in jail. That is a huge bargain. And there are so many people going through the system at any one time that you've got to have a safety valve for that. And that's your probation department. Next slide. Yep. I got two slides regarding our youth services division. And when it comes to youth services, you heard me explain the things that happen in the adult system. When it comes to youth services, we are soup to nuts. It is everything from the beginning to the end for every youth case in El Dorado County. And the mass majority of cases that are referred to us by law enforcement, whether that's a CHP arrest, whether that is a county sheriff arrest, a local PD arrest, doesn't matter where the case comes from, it comes through your probation department, because every case mandatorily must come through the probation department. Once we receive that referral, the mass majority of cases with kids get diverted out of the system, get diverted away from prosecution, away from court, away from custody and stay in the community. But we connect kids with resources through community-based organizations, mostly through education, but a lot through Health and Human Services and a lot of direct provision of substance use disorder services, mental health disorder services. We're keeping kids connected in the community, in their homes and in their schools, so that they don't get disconnected from those things that provide them stability. Now, when we see that one of those things is providing destabilizing factors, that's when we remove kids from their home. When they are either a threat to the community or their environment is a threat to them, that's when kids get removed from their home, placed into our local detention facility, and provided services in custody rather than in the community. And we work hard to try to find stabilizing environments in the community to get them out of custody. Because there's one thing that we are that more than anything else, and that is we are an evidence-based organization. If the science says that something will make a kid worse, we try to avoid doing that at all costs. If we have something that will make a kid better, we will pursue that objective at all costs. And the reality is that the science is clear on this. We've been studying it for 30 years. Detention services in most cases are not healthy for kids. They tend to come back into custody if they've been in custody for an extended period of time. Now, does that mean that when a kid is in the community doing dumb stuff and gets arrested by a sheriff's deputy, that he should not or she should not go into custody for a short period of time? Absolutely not. They absolutely should. And they should be delivered to us, and we will take care of them. But we're going to move them out of that facility as quickly as possible, as safely as possible, so that they don't repeat that behavior in the community, of course, but also so that we find the appropriate place for them or the appropriate time and place for them in the community. That's when we will make that decision. All of that to say, we handle those cases all the way through to those kids that commit fairly significant and heinous crimes at times. And when we have to deal with those cases, we have to deal with them within the context of everything happens here in El Dorado County now. The state shut down its operation 5 years ago. We're now responsible for everything. So if you have a serious case involving one or more juveniles, that case is going to take place here in El Dorado County, and everything that happens with that kid from now until they're 25 years old will take place here in El Dorado County, from detention to local services. It all happens here, period. And that's your juvenile justice system in the state of California and here in El Dorado County. And it matters. You've all said this in some way, shape, or form, and I've heard it repeated by most of you many times. Our kids matter to us most because they're the future. And you know that's a truism. You feel that in your bones, and you make your decisions around that. And our kids are the future. And it doesn't matter if we're talking about a 4.0 student at Oak Ridge and El Dorado Hills, or we're talking about a youth up in South Lake Tahoe who is struggling with a broken family and little supervision and getting in trouble in the community. They're both our kids. And both of those kids deserve the same level of effort from us. And some of those kids just need more effort from us at times. And that's where your probation department comes in. We care about them. We are compassionate toward them, and we want them to be with their families to the extent that that's possible. So with that, I will leave it open for any questions you might have. Kim, there are a couple more slides you can feel free to flip through. But I just want to say, as this is probably, if not my last, certainly one of the last presentations that I will do for you, I wanted to say thank you again to the people of El Dorado County for making the last 12 years something that I could be proud of to do the work here in El Dorado County. It is an amazing community with amazing resources, and mostly those resources are its people. It is phenomenal how many kind, nice, compassionate, caring people that I have met that have helped me do this job. And most of all, I want to thank my staff. They are an incredible set of human beings with passion for the work that they do, and extremely skilled and educated in this arena. I told you, I told a prior board 12 years ago, my objective was to build the best probation department in the state of California, not for the sake of having the best probation department, but because I felt that the community deserved it. And the reality is, I think that we collectively have accomplished that goal. I feel confident in saying that if we don't have the best probation department in the state of California, it is easily in the top 3. And that may be a resource issue, if nothing else, but it is not a people issue, because I have found no finer people in the state of California in this business, and I have been to every department in the state. I've been to many departments outside of the state, and I've never met a finer group of people than the ones that work here in El Dorado County. So I've had the pleasure of taking care of them and working with them for 12 years. Beyond this, I hope whoever comes after me, and I hope that this board will continue to take care of those people because they deserve it. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Brian. All right, so I'll bring it back to board for any comments or questions.
I'd just like to thank you, Brian. Thank you and the organization you've built over the last 12 years. We've been pretty much together in this process. And again, hats off to all of you that are here now and the ones that are not, keeping our people safe, guiding them in the right direction, tending to our youth, serving the juvenile justice, the volunteer groups, and the lunches we had over the years and so forth. It really is a tedious endeavor, but you've done it well, and professionalism has been way up here. So very much appreciated from this board member, and I'm sure the rest of the board in the county also, that our people have prospered under your guidance.
Thank you, Supervisor. I appreciate that very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, except for I don't remember any lunches, but whatever, it's all good.
Before your time.
We
were
bought the lunch for the kids, so, or somebody in the council did, and we were invited to go. So
Yeah.
if you didn't go, you missed out.
Yeah.
It was in and out, so you missed out.
Oh, totally missed out. Now would be Chick-fil-A, right? No, I'm kidding.
Not yet.
Not yet, no. Any other comments from any board member? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to congratulate you on your retirement. I have, in my little time on the board, I have been close to probation, both up in South Lake Tahoe, and whenever I make a phone call, you always answer it and you always direct me in the right way. So just want to tell you that you're going to be missed. Your department is phenomenal, and I wish you well in your retirement. Thank you for everything you've done for El Dorado County.
Thank you, Supervisor
Appreciate
Lane.
it.
I appreciate that.
Great.
Yeah, thank you, Chief, for the presentation. Thank you for the meetings we had before and after I took office, and good luck to you in retirement. Probation and parole, for that matter, you're not the traditional faces of law enforcement that most of society sees. You're not the ones out writing tickets or responding to calls for the most part. You are dealing with, as you mentioned, you are managing the release terms for people who have gotten out of jail or prison. And since AB 109 and the realignment, your responsibilities for managing parolees has gone up quite a bit, as opposed to just probationers. It's a dangerous job, which was indicated last week by the murder of the parole officer in Oakland. And but you guys, your department has a very integral role of keeping El Dorado County safe by reducing recidivism. And cheers to your staff, cheers to you, and keep everybody safe.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Supervisor. I appreciate that.
Brian, kudos, same thing. I mean, you've done a great job the 12 years you've been here. And I really appreciate your department and getting to know all the different people that work for you in your department, and especially your staff. So I just want to thank you for everything you've done. I hate to see you go. I understand, you get to the time where you want to retire, and I think there's a lot of them that are getting to the point to retire. So anyway, thank you for everything. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the words.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and open it up to public comment. Come
We
on
are
up.
now taking public comments specifically regarding item number 19. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hello, my name's Glenn Waterman. I'm a probation officer in El Dorado County. Chief does a fantastic job of selling what we do, but I'm here to comment on the chief since this is his last probation services week. I predate the chief in the department by about 2 or 3 years. So I've had the privilege of serving under him and observing him. I have a very high standard for what I consider a competent leader. I spent over 28 years in the Army leading and being led. Was fortunate enough to work for a handful of generals that names you would know, and working in the White House with 2 presidents.
So my standards are high. And I was in military intelligence, so I'm very observant. I listen, I analyze, I gather data. And I've had a sharp eye on the chief for the 12 years that he's been here, from when he first took over up until today. I've had the privilege of observing him working with other probation officers when they were at the top of their game or when they were struggling, either personally or professionally, and how he has worked with those folks. I've observed him working with the youth in the juvenile treatment center when he's just in conversations with them. I've observed him interacting with adult probationers as well. And he is exceptional. I've had the ability to interact with other counties' probation departments professionally and hear and learn how things are being done there, compare them to how they're being done here. I had the privilege of going to a Chief Probation Officers of California conference 2 years ago and observed the chief in talking groups, give a presentation, sat at a couple dinners with him with some other chiefs and other probation officers. He is well known and recognized as an outstanding leader. We have been well represented here in El Dorado County with him. I just wanted to come up and sing his praises. I don't think that gets done often enough. But also to point out that with his retirement, I don't know if you all have a hand in his replacement, but whoever in the county is tasked with finding a replacement, I just want to point out how a difficult a task that is going to be to find someone that's going to rise to the level that he's taken this department. And just to let you know that it is extremely important that you find someone that can do just that so that we don't lose the ground that we have gained over the last 12 years.
Okay, thank you. Anybody
Thank you.
else? in the
Thank you for your
boardroom?
service as well, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak? Come on up. Come on up, Chris.
Chris Payne, Devon Springs. It started off as a presentation and then I hear he's leaving. And so obviously I don't think I would have came up on the presentation part, but the fact that that he's leaving after 12 years, I couldn't leave not being able to say how important he has been. The board has emphasized that by your comments. The public should represent also how important he's been these 12 years. Every year, consistency. Every year coming and talking about the future. Every year providing a summary of what they've accomplished. Every year talking about the trials and tribulations of operating in their capacity. He's always come up very open and never evaded the tough questions. So I believe it's a big, well, first of all, I believe it's a big mistake for him to leave us because he's leaving us. I know after a lot of accomplishment, but at the same time, we're going to miss him. So let me finish with that. We're going to miss him. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Anybody else in the boardroom like to speak? Come on up. Anybody? Okay, come on up, Shannon.
Thank you. I hadn't planned to speak today. I've spoken to you guys a couple times last couple years regarding the chief. I'm retired now, and the POA president couldn't be here today. But since the chief is leaving, I find it very important to say a few things about the chief. I was very privileged to work for him as the POA president. When I first met him, he said, you know what, we can agree to disagree. And the culture in our department was horrible when he came in. The county had done a culture survey and we were at the bottom. We were at the bottom at the time. And the chief came in and he changed everything. We were a bunch of DPOs that wanted to do the work to change lives, to make our community safe. And he let us out of the cage. He unlocked it and he let us go and he let us be DPOs. The chief, he may not be perfect. He may have ticked a few people off a few times, but you know what? he stood up for us. When he came on, we had officers that were wearing bulletproof vests that were 5 years out of date. We had officers that were riding in vehicles that were so old and broken down that literally an officer went to the supervisor and said, "I'm not driving in that vehicle anymore because I might die." We got new vests, we got new equipment, we got the best training, and he nurtured this department and the officers to be one of the best in the whole state. That's leadership. And if everybody in this county could just take one thing out of his leadership playbook, this whole county would be a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Anybody else want to speak? Huh? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants, Kim.
Not taking public comment from online participants. Not taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Belinda Campbell. So actually this time I am going to be speaking as a chaplain with Sierra Chaplaincy. So great presentation. I just want to say for our probation department, they're just a great group of professional and dedicated people. Besides knowing some of them, I know a few people that have benefited from their work. They operate in their functions with excellence, and it's an honor to have them in El Dorado County. And then finally, I just want to say thank you, Chief, for all you've done to lead your people. Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board for any other comments. All right. All right, so that's not an action item, so we don't have to vote on anything. So Brian, thank you for everything you've done. I really appreciate it. You're welcome.
We'll see you again.
Yeah. All right, so we'll move to item 20, Parks and Trails, Parks Cost Recovery Project Presentation.
Okay, I'll apologize ahead of time. This is a long one. Item number 20 comes from Parks, Division of the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board, 1, receive and file a presentation on Parks and Trails Division Cost Recovery. 2, provide conceptual approval and direction to staff on proposed cost recovery. 3, provide direction on the methodology for the cost recovery. 4, discuss and provide direction to staff on closing parks and trail facilities or portions thereof. 5, discuss and provide direction to staff to initiate a request for information process to seek recreation programming services. 6, discuss and provide direction to staff on contracting out work with a consultant to update the 2018 draft park impact fee nexus study. 7, discuss and provide direction to staff to engage with a consultant to investigate the viability of a general obligation bond to provide revenue for regional recreation amenities. 8, direct staff to contact the Sierra Nevada Conservancy Prop 68 grant program representative to determine if the Forebay Park renovation project is eligible for submission. 9, approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution and direct staff to complete the Land and Water Conservation Fund grant and aid program application. 10, direct staff to submit a pre-application to the Wildlife Conservation Board grant program. And 11, direct staff to engage in conversation with the American River Conservancy about chili bar fees and to discuss the eligibility of chili bar project with grant program representatives.
All right. Got it?
Good morning, Board. Jennifer Franich, Chief Administrative Office. And we have Zachary Paris here, our Parks Manager. So I'm going to hand it over to him for the presentation, and we're hoping that this will be a great discussion about all of the options for parks funding and that we can get some meaningful feedback from all of you.
Thank you for the introduction, Jennifer. And Kim, I apologize for the long-winded item there, but I appreciate the introduction as well. So as Jennifer said, my name is Zach Paris. I'm your guys' park manager. And today we're going to be talking about financial sustainability in the Parks and Trails Division, as well as a cost recovery project we've been working on the last couple months. So this presentation is kind of a two-parter. So the first part is going to be more of an informational. I'll run through some slides giving you some information on cost recovery. And then the second half of the presentation is going to be hopefully a little bit more interactive, where we will run through some slides looking for direction from the county supervisors on a handful of items. I think there's 10 in total that Kim just outlined for us there. So With that, we can go ahead and get started. Let me see if I can. There we go. Clicker's working. Wonderful. So this project really started kind of as we wrapped up and completed our Parks and Trails master plan. In that master plan, we established 150 some odd initiatives. And, you know, once we wrapped up the plan and got approval, we started strategizing on how we should go about to implement these initiatives. And we started kind of bundling similar initiatives together. And this one kind of rose to the top. So in us, you know, embarking on this project, our goal is to address 8 initiatives that are in our master plan. 4 of them are intended to be completed in the 25-26 calendar years. And then we have another 4 initiatives that are ongoing. So the handful of items we're asking for direction on at the end of this presentation are directly tied to the initiatives and our recently approved Parks and Trails master plan. When we started this, you know, Jennifer, myself, Shannon, my admin, analyst behind me here, we kind of thought, you know, what's the best way about going to achieve these goals? And part of it was kind of establishing this financial sustainability statement. So I don't like breaking all the rules, so we didn't fill up a whole slide with text here. It is a little bit more long-winded than the abbreviated version you see on the screen. The full version's in the staff report, but it's really kind of meant to be this you know, guiding principle that we can look back to as we kind of work through this process, is what it is we're trying to achieve. And a lot of it's just really working with the board to establish cost recovery targets by service category, and then making sure we do it in an equitable way for the benefit of our community. So this slide is probably not a great benefit to the board, but when we have these sort of conversations, I like to just lay out some key terms that we'll probably be using in this discussion, so people watching online or the people left here in the room can follow along and know what it is we're talking about or what our intent is. And when we say things like cost recovery and subsidy, so just some simple definitions for those following along. Cost recovery is exactly that. So it's defined as the recovery of costs of delivering services, right? So what the county pays to provide a specific service. Subsidy is the funding provided by a government agency to reduce the cost of producing something and to help keep prices low. So another way of thinking about it is a subsidy could be the amount of a program's full cost of service that is supported by other agency revenue sources. So in the context of what we're talking about today, it's what portion of the general fund has to go into one of our programs to make it whole, right? So we have, you know, the cost recovery piece and the subsidy piece. And the goal, as you see on the bottom of there, is working with you all to kind of strike that balance of how much we should be subsidizing a program and how much of that program should be self-sufficient. So there's several different methodologies you can use when you're trying to go about establishing a cost recovery model. The one that you see on the slide before you today is very commonly used in Parks and Recreation. This is actually produced by a woman named Jamie Schabach. She's the representative of California Parks and Recreation Society, and she teaches their financial sustainability certification program. I was lucky enough to recently attend and get certified in financial sustainability. So a lot of what our recommendations are today in this presentation are kind of stemming from some of those tried and true industry best practices in Parks and Recreation. So just to kind of describe a little bit what you're seeing on the slide here, in that bottom left corner, you kind of have an area or a service of common good, right? So these are areas that are highly subsidized and have a low percentage of cost recovery, but they provide a lot of benefit to the community at large. So these are things like open and free parks, right? You could go to Bradford Park in Shingle Springs. You don't have to pay a parking fee. There's no attendant there that you're interacting with. So it's just meant to be a service we provide to the public. Conversely, in the top right corner, these are areas that have exclusive benefit. And in our opinion, the subsidy should be very low, if not zero, and we should have a high percentage of cost recovery. And these are services that are an exclusive benefit to a defined group within the community. And so therefore, you know, they're benefiting from public infrastructure. They should be paying for that benefit, right? It shouldn't be the tax base at large that's providing a service to just a very defined user group. So fundamentally, that's kind of what we're going to continue on in this conversation. The next couple of slides kind of unpack it a little bit more, but that's kind of the 35,000 foot view of what it is we're going to be talking about. So here's kind of an example of another municipality that's taken some of Jamie's best practices and put them into practice. So in 2021, the city of Napa, California was in a very tough budget situation. And they were actually considering closing their parks division altogether. And so it was at that time that they had contracted with Jamie to come on board as a consultant, help them take inventory of their operation and develop a cost recovery model and strategy to kind of get them out of that tight spot they were in. This was one of her key talking points in the training that I recently went to. She's in continuous contact with the Director of Parks and Recreation in the city of Napa, and today they've actually increased their cost recovery percentage by over 50%. So they've seen a lot of financial gains by just implementing some of these, kind of common sense methods in cost recovery. So before we get into our recommended cost recovery model, I thought it would be worthwhile to kind of let you know where we're at. So the County Parks and Trails Division does great in a lot of areas, right? So Henningsen Lotus Park is one of our premier park locations. It's down on the South Fork of the American River. Gets a ton of use, and we also recover a lot of our costs down there. It is our only park where you have to pay a parking fee. It is highly rented, and a lot of people feel it's a desirable location for events. So kind of across those three funding sources, we do achieve 100% cost recovery. We put an asterisk there because currently we're in the process of building out like a longer term capital replacement plan. And so we put the asterisk to just let the board know that this 100% is not a product of, putting away for long-term capital replacements, right? This is more of a function of an annual operating budget. So in that capacity, we do reach 100%, but as we carry this project forward, we're going to start making sure we have good ideas of the conditions of our assets, project out when they need to be replaced, and start incorporating that set aside into our budget. And once we get to that point, my assumption is that we'll start getting below that 100%, but it'll actually be a more honest account of what our operating cost is, knowing that we're putting aside for some of those long-term replacements.
Don't move off of this slide just because I want to ask a question. Okay.
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 All right. So for the South Fork of the American River, same sort of thing. So our main role there is the implementation of the river management plan, and we recoup costs for facilitating that plan through outfitter permits and individual fees. So, they pay an annual permit fee, and then they also pay a per rider user fee for commercial operations. And, those two funding sources combined, we're able to support that program without any general fund support. Last is the Rubicon Trail, something you all probably know a lot about. The county has been very successful with getting state OHV grants to fund the operations on the trail, both improvements, maintenance, all aspects of our role on the Rubicon. In addition to that, we also get an annual appropriation of green sticker funds, and that's pretty much a registration fee for OHV vehicles. So a certain portion of that comes back to the county for providing OHV opportunities. And then the last is we get a small portion of SMUD funds from their Upper American River project.
Right.
Go ahead, Lori.
So just wanted to check in on this because the one funding source that concerns me the most, and I think it always does, is the word grants in here. And with the states and the federal governments, I don't know what the right word is, but their creative changes lately. Are we hearing anything regarding these particular grants? Any concerns?
Yes and no. So I would say, I guess a couple things. So my experience with federal grants is not a whole lot. I've worked on a couple FEMA grants in my past position with the city of Folsom, but nothing specifically around trails. So I didn't necessarily know what to expect for a turnaround time for some of our grant applications for federal funding sources. That said, we've gotten recent correspondence as recent of yesterday is the process seems to be moving forward. We're looking at seeing when funds would be awarded so that we can work with, well, I guess I'll say that the federal money comes through state parks, so it's passed through, we're a sub-awardee. So we're working with our partners at state parks to establish project start dates. And really right now we're kind of in conversations of trying to align that when they feel like funds are going to be dispersed. So we've kind of reached that point in the federal grant process where they're saying, hey, finish up your last couple of forms and when is your proposed project start date? And we're saying, well, we can start right now. We're already doing the scope of work. We're just looking for this funding source to support it. So, it could be today, it could be tomorrow, but as soon as the funds are available, we're ready to start work. As far as state OHV grants are concerned, they've had some changes in their operation. A lot of it is incorporating environmental aspects into your grant application. So making sure you're accounting for soil conservation and habitat management plans. And so that has, required staff to adapt a little bit. We also have taken the time to make sure we're well aware of what needs to be done. So we attended their grants workshop last year to make sure that, we're going to do our best to get as many points as possible. They use a scoring criteria to award these funds. So being engaged and knowing what gets you points is really important, because you could have the most heartfelt project there is, but if the points don't add up, you don't get funding.
Okay, and I guess then my thinking is too, is if you do see any concerns with any of these grant funding sources, that you immediately make sure that the board's aware, because that's where, we come in politically to advocate and all that kind of stuff. So, because that funding is critical to the
Absolutely.
operations, and we must have it. So I just, wanted to red flag that I think the board would be unanimous in some kind of advocacy, making sure that, and it's at the board level too, that we do that. So just keep us in touch.
Absolutely.
Thank
If we have,
you.
any speed bumps along the road, I'll make sure I keep you all apprised so you guys can, help us be successful in that endeavor.
Perfect.
Okay. Let's go there. So that was everything I had on this slide. So where do we have opportunity? So it's pretty much everywhere else, right? So these are all of our open and free parks, and they all function somewhat similarly, right? So very low percentages of cost recovery, and all of their funding sources are very similar. So they get a lot of general fund support, right? And that goes back to the subsidy we had talked about on some of the previous slides. But we do get, small amounts of revenue coming in for rentals, special events. Sometimes we get donations for particular parks, but generally speaking, these are all in, very low percentage of cost recovery, but also provide a very high level of community benefit. So that's kind of where we're at as far as the different programs we have in our parks inventory as a function of cost recovery. So this one, I want to make sure I slow down and I make sure what it is we're moving to after this is understandable, because this is one of the items we're going to be asking for direction on. So this is the cost recovery model that my staff and myself are proposing for the board to give us direction on some of these subsequent slides. So this is one where I don't want to kind of talk fast and speed through it. And it's really in alignment with some of the other models that we presented earlier in the presentation. So similar sort of thing, bottom left corner there, open access, still propose 0% cost recovery, right? That's a core service that we provide to the community. And so we don't, necessarily propose any changes in that regard. And then we also have, the full spectrum going to things above 100% cost recovery, and some of those private and special events, maybe a specialized service or a concessionaire model. One thing that I do want to point out on this exhibit is that we're a parks division. We don't really do recreation. So a lot of those middle items there, these are things that we would be entertaining in the future that we don't currently do now, right? So we're kind of like you saw in those previous two slides, we're kind of at polar opposites on this spectrum. We have that 0% cost recovery on the bottom left, and then we have our areas of 100% cost recovery in the top right, but we don't really have that middle section. And so in looking over some of the other jurisdictions going through a similar process, and just kind of where we're at in the market, my best feeling is that we could see some expansion in that middle section and realize higher percentages of cost recovery in some of our open and free parks. So, if it would help you guys, I can put some definitions to some of these terms up here as far as service categories are concerned, because after this slide, we'll be moving into the second portion of the presentation where we'll be running through about 8 slides looking for direction on 10 items. Ranging from, impact fee studies to how you guys feel about this cost recovery model, and things of that nature. So I think it might be worthwhile if you guys have questions specifically on the cost recovery model, we can maybe address them here now with this exhibit up on the screen. And then after that, we'll transition into the second part of the presentation where we'll pull up a slide, it'll have staff's recommendation, and then we'll be looking for feedback from you all on how you'd like us to move forward. So.
Okay. Any comments right now?
Well, since you said to really think about this slide, So the one that says education learn to programs, that only has a 50% cost recovery on it.
Yeah,
Is that like because that's one of the things you're asking us to consider
sure.
is to start programs. Like you said, we don't currently really do recreation programs. And so my understanding from this slide is if we were to do that, we're only looking at a 50% cost recovery, generally speaking.
Yeah.
So
It's a great question. So it wouldn't be us providing that service. So it would really be moving, like the example that I have in my head when we put this together was like our bike park, right? So we're unique in the parks market in the county that we have the only purpose-built bike park right now. So we don't have a high percentage of cost recovery, but we've had, or I've seen, like I went to a Parks and Rec conference, there's third-party contractors out there that do bike classes for kids, learn how to ride a bike or learn best practices on how to ride in a bike lane and things like that. So maybe trying to partner with, nonprofits or contractors that provide those sorts of things and say, hey, I have a great venue here in Placerville where you could, host some of these trainings for kids and maybe run a summer camp or teach them how to ride the pump track or something like that, where, they're not going to be county staff. We're not going to be paying them. They would be renting one of our facilities so we could recoup some of our operating costs, but they would also be able to generate revenue for themselves by running a business. So the other 50% that would, it would be subsidized is something that we're already doing. We would just be recovering that cost, right? Because this is talking about a park that currently is at 0 to 3%, and we'd be looking to get it hopefully closer to 50 at least for that program time.
okay, that makes more sense. Okay, got it. Thanks.
Yeah.
And can you just give us an example of rentals / filming?
Yeah, so I mean, rentals is exactly that. So it could be field rentals, senior centers like we have out at Pioneer Park, picnic shelters like we have at HLP, things like that. Filming is something that's kind of ongoing. I know Karen's working on a similar process, so we'll make sure we coordinate with her, and obviously Kathleen Dodge, who's producing a lot of the film permits in El Dorado County. But for this, it would be something more like a site fee, whereas currently right now you can, as long as you have a film permit from Kathleen and you pay the appropriate rental fee, like you can go film in one of our parks as long as it's, doesn't have any other concerns that would prevent us from being able to do that, right? So it's not a purpose-built fee for people filming and closing one of our facilities. It's really just an ministerial fee for Kathleen that doesn't come back to the Parks Division, I guess. So it would be looking at establishing a fee more in alignment with like our rental fee schedule for those sorts of activities within the county's parks inventory.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that there is coordination, because we don't want to double fee as well. So we don't want to price ourselves out of the market, but we do want to get a return for the use of the beauty of El Dorado County. But that was my only concern is that
Sure, yeah.
you have a fee, Film
Yeah.
Commission has a fee.
That one would take
you
some
know,
coordination
would-
for sure. So
Okay,
I
thank
totally
you.
hear what you're saying with that.
Great.
Yeah. One of the things is Pioneer Park. I mean, it's a jewel. It's a gem. It really is. And they got 2 baseball fields there, and it would really be neat to look into it, especially softball teams. Because with, with the teams they have at Lions Park, it's overcrowded. So I think that if we have another place for these people to play, it would really be great. And I think we need to work on that because, they charge a lot. Brian knows that. I played softball for years and stuff. And to even get everybody registered on the team is anywhere from $450 to $650 anymore. Plus, you have to collect from the people that are playing on the team too. So if we can look at anything like that to help that, because it seems like it's just sitting there. And we need to work on, and then advertise, especially when it comes to Frisbee golf too, because they've got a great course out there. So.
Yeah,
anyway.
completely agree.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions I can ask on this slide or answer on this slide before we kind of move to the next section of the presentation?
Yeah, Zach, I think there's a couple good points made there. I don't think we want to emphasize getting involved in programs though, because that's a whole
Correct.
difficult thing to facilitate. So rentals are great, and we can get somebody else is administering the program and leave it alone. And I think our master plan doesn't even allude to programming to that, so to speak. So, but all about rentals, filming, and where we can recapture the cost of having that park, but to administer a program, it takes too many administrators. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Yeah, no, I agree. And if we were to entertain something like that, it would really be based on like a contract model. So we would provide a venue for them to provide some sort of recreation programming. But yeah, I don't intend to be hiring rec coordinators and doing camp counselors and stuff like that.
So in essence, would this person that has a program they want to do be renting our facility just to do their program? Could we look at it more like that?
Potentially, but you could also have, you know, a separate agreement. Say you wanted to host like weekly yoga at Pioneer Park. You could do it as a rental, but we could also do a facility use agreement that would have different terms and different fees associated with it. So we just have, we have different options with that sort of thing. It's just whether or not that's something you would like us to entertain. It's kind of what we're talking about today.
Okay.
All right, anybody else? All right, let's go ahead and move on.
All right, so the next slide is going to start the second portion of the presentation where we're starting to ask for some direction from the board here. So this first one kind of dovetails directly into the last slide we had. That's kind of why I wanted to slow it down and have that discussion. So we'd be looking for you all to provide conceptual approval and direction to staff on our proposed service category model and cost recovery targets by service category. So each one of those service areas we call a service category, and they each have an associated percentage of cost recovery. And so the methodology there is based on community benefit. The higher, you know, percentage of community benefit, we'd be looking to recover less cost. And conversely, less community benefit, we'd be looking to recover more of our costs. And that was consistent with the previous slide.
So I think on this particular topic, if the market will bear and what's the competition out there, then that's what we should, you know, go after, you know, to a nominal degree. Again, just because we don't have the revenue and opportunities, it's either that or we are truly a subsidy to the different type of events. So if it's a competition thing that we're doing or that's out there that at CSDs and so forth, then we should be in line with those. And we should, unless there's other money Tiffany's going to come up with, which I don't see it. Yeah. It's sort of a market driven and what the competition is and what those costs then are.
Okay.
For me, I don't know.
Anybody else?
Well, I mean, just, we don't want to take on any new programs or anything that are going to be subsidized. We just can't. So that's got to be our bottom line, I think, is that anything we take on from here on out for quite some time, probably. I mean, and maybe that's the better way to look at it, is anything new we create can't be something that's subsidized because it's just not structurally sound. And that's what we've been talking about all this year. So, and sustainable. So that might be our new mantra, is if it's subsidized, we're going to have to say, sorry, no. I don't know.
Well, and be very careful, as you referred to earlier, on the grants.
Yeah.
And if we look like we've got a major grant that's, let's say, keeping the Rubicon open or doing the maintenance on the Rubicon, obviously we better be ready to do something different. And I think as well, we're ready, I think, in that area to do something a little bit different as well. So it's just become a, you know, worldwide attraction. So, and to keep it to the level of what it is going to be tough moving forward.
And there's a lot of constraints on government, you know, and how we do charge fees, or, you know, I mean, that's another thing, is we are government, we're not for profit. You know, we can't make money. So there's a lot of constraints also. So we're going to have to get creative in all these things. So you've got this list that you want us to go down with you, and
This is number one.
Yeah.
okay.
Number 1 to 10. Jennifer, you have something you wanted to add there?
So you're saying you like do we like that arrow thing? Is that
Yeah,
what
here,
you're saying?
I'll go back to this slide. Yeah, so this
Yeah.
is essentially what we're looking for your conceptual
The arrow,
approval.
yeah, it's an arrow. It's a big old arrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
The arrow's on track.
Okay, I think the one thing I just wanted to add is we will later kind of ask for some direction on a fee study. So these targets will help us construct that fee study. So we'll bring everything back to your board Of course, the board approves our fees, but this will just help give us some direction because when it comes to parks, as Zach was explaining, some of it is the philosophy of the board, and in general, some of it you want subsidized and some you don't. So if there are adjustments to some of these percentages that the board wants to entertain, we could do that. This was our kind of best assumption and our best recommendation we could come up with as far as cost recovery for each type of service category.
Okay, so this is actually number 2 on this list. Okay, so basically, do we like this model is what you're asking? Okay, sorry, I need things so simple. I'm so sorry. I'm like, so that's what do you want us to go through these and discuss them as we go? Because trying to do 10 of them after we talk about them is going to be impossible.
Yeah, that's what we're thinking. We could take each slide and discuss them. So,
okay. So where's everybody at? Do you like this model? It's number 2 of these 10 items that we're considering. Does this look good as far as a model?
It does to me, other than I think more recovery could be placed on any education learn to programs again, because that's not our mission, not our vision.
Yeah, I agree. We're not a rec department. You're right.
It's not
You're
in
right.
the master plan. So you could either come out altogether or move it up to the 100% category,
or look at it more of we're renting a facility to
Well,
you,
that's-
you know,
yeah, and
100%. Yeah.
which Zach did.
okay, so we could kind of combine the rentals and filming with the education and learn to and keep those all at 75 to 100%.
That'd be fine.
Does everybody kind of like that
Yeah.
idea better?
I think that's a good idea, and especially when it comes to that, especially liability too. So there's
Brooke, are you
another big
okay
issue
with
too.
movement, changing that one over?
Yeah,
Okay, so you got consensus here on that one.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So
To be clear, I'm assuming maybe at the end of this will all be rolled up into.
Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah.
Right.
But I just didn't want to try and get after we talk
Yeah.
about all 10 to try to
We're
figure it
gonna
out.
forget
That's
what's
too
on
hard.
Agreed.
So,
Two and
yeah.
I was
nine.
just subtly hoping then that Kim would keep track of these things.
So I'm gonna have to take over running the presentation because I'm gonna lock you out of the screen to be able to go forward. So maybe if you could just see next slide or what we're going, so I'm gonna have to pull a Word doc and start capturing.
Oh.
that
so
works
you're-
good. I could do that.
Okay.
You want me to take a second to get you caught up or?
Yeah, just give me, if you just want to go into chit chat for a few minutes, the next.
Okay. So this next one is kind of like Jennifer had said, where I hadn't filled in there is, we're taking that cost recovery model and then we're going to be defining what our cost of providing services is. And then we're going to establish that, appropriate percentage of cost recovery that ends up being a fee, right? So that's how we're going to achieve those cost recovery targets. So for this item, we are looking for pretty much whether or not you would like us to engage with a consultant to do a fee analysis and update, or if that's something you would like staff to take a crack at internally. I know obviously it's no one's favorite thing to talk about, but we are not fully staffed like we had been in previous years. And so a lot of the people that would help us with this sort of project aren't necessarily there anymore. So if it was done at the staff level, I just want to make sure we set an accurate expectation that it would probably take a decent amount of time. We wouldn't be able to do it as quickly as we might have with a more robust staff. So for this one, it's just simply providing direction on, as we go through the fee update, if you'd like to have a consultant assist with looking into our cost of service and establishing appropriate fees based on the cost recovery model, or if that's something you'd like staff to do on our own.
Well, I've always been against consultants. I'll tell you that much right now, because if we can do it internally, I would like to have that done, because it seems like to me, especially with our budget, the way it is right now, we got to look at it any way to be able to cut costs. So I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but that's how I feel about it.
Well, I totally agree. Do you have an estimate though, if we had to go to the outside? Just
Not really. I guess I would, I think within the next year, we could have it back. I know that sounds long, but again, we just don't have very much capacity anymore, especially for those fiscal folks that we would rely on for something like this.
That's if staff did it. Okay, but
Yeah.
I'm outside world, what do you think? An
Looking for
idea on-
cost of a consultant?
Yeah.
I think when we looked into it, it was approximately 30 to 40,000.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
30 to 45, so I would say realistically, if it was just for that, obviously we'd have to go through the RFP process and, get proposals back, but I would estimate, yeah, somewhere in there, 30 to 45,000 for that sort of thing.
Mhm. But we don't have a true figure. You're just estimating, right?
That's correct, yeah.
Well, you mentioned that if we do it internally, it's going to take longer. So compare what those lengths of time would be if we had a consultant, what you think it would take them to come up with the fee structure as opposed to if we did it internally.
Yeah, I think it would probably, I would say we could probably bring something back within 6 months if we used a consultant. And like I said, I wouldn't want to commit to anything less than a year if we were just working with our staff that we have now.
And would it be the same type of consultant that's been doing all the other department fee studies,
Yeah.
or does Parks need a special one?
Nope, I don't think it would be all that special. They would just work with us to establish what what we're looking for as far as target cost recovery. So we would use the model that you hopefully give us direction on today and go from there.
I personally think I would like to see actual how much it's gonna cost us. Before especially when I make a decision today about hiring an outside consultant, because we need to know.
Okay.
Especially right now, we're in a budget crisis right now. I'm not a crisis, but we have issues with our budget. So I would like to see us get some answers before, we make a decision on that. So.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. I assumed we would, given whatever direction you give today, work with the rest of the CAO's office and see if we could come up with something for the adopted budget, if that's where you wanted to go with it, so we can get a better figure.
Yeah.
Could this be done incrementally? Where, you're researching fees for like, rentals of a park, and we can incorporate that, and then, down the road, come back, just so we don't have to implement, I guess, the fee schedule all at once, but look at it, kind of partition it on, especially starting with the 100% recovery, and then move down that arrow. I mean, I don't know if that can be done or not.
Yeah,
And we
I
could
think.
get started sooner, it seems.
Yeah, a lot of the analysis is going to be determining what our costs are, and that I think will kind of be the bulk of the work that goes into it. So that will apply to all of the types of fees, as we need to look at what the maintenance cost is for the parks, what staff time we anticipate actually spending on coordination and permitting. So we could do it incrementally, but I think that's kind of the base knowledge that we need to come to.
I mean, I'd like to know how much it would cost, and what the time frame is. If
Okay.
you could bring that back.
Yeah.
And help me make my decision.
Because then depending on what the cost is, then we can kind of go, well, how much are we gonna recoup
Right.
too? I
Yeah,
mean,
is it worth
that's
it?
the whole thing. Is it even worth it? That's another
Right.
factor. So I think that's probably a good idea for us to know the cost of it,
Mhm.
a ballpark or something to work with. And
I just, yeah, exactly. I'd like to find out exactly how much it's gonna cost, not just an estimate, so.
Mr. Chair, did the CAO want to?
Supervisor Parlin said it mostly. Just think that it would be valuable for the board to have the information as to if it's going to take 6 months, what is that cost recovery going to look like? So, I mean, if you're starting your cost recovery at 6 months versus a year, that 6 month additional time that it may take staff to do it, right? That may be negated by just paying for the study up front.
yeah.
Spend the money to get the study, to get the fees in
Right.
place now,
Get the
so that you're
right.
not delaying. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Kim, if you're all caught up, I think we're ready for the next one. Thank you. So this one is kind of around like what Greg had said. He wanted to start at that top right corner. So this one is around that, right? So I know we said around closing parks in the item, but this is really around closing them for special events and things like that. So really what we're looking to get from the board on this item is direction on closing parks and trail facilities or a portion thereof. And if you do want us to do that, in what frequency, to allow for private special events for filming and things of that nature. So these would be events that are probably ticketed, they're closed to the public, and you'd be taking a public amenity. A lot of people are interested in running these private special events at Henningsen Lotus Park. It's also one of our most frequently used parks. So you're really weighing that, you know, cost recovery to community benefit scale back and forth. But this is an area where we have had several people reach out that would like to run a closed to the public special event where we could recoup a lot of costs. But it would also be taking that portion or all of the park offline for public enjoyment. So that's kind of what we're looking for on this item.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of a concern there too, you know, especially when it comes to the public, because the public should be able to access the park. One of the things I'm going to ask you, the parks are still open from dawn to dusk, right? Correct?
Yeah.
All right. So I want to make
HLP
sure
is
that
open a little bit later. The ball fields, we allow the lights to stay on until 10 p.m., but that's the only caveat. All of the other parks are dawn to dusk. We have lit ball fields at HLP. They stay on until 10 p.m.
Right.
Yeah. So there used to be, this is way before my time, but there used to be an annual event at HLP that folks really, I think, enjoyed, and the community supported having it because it was one, I think it was a 2 or 3 day weekend. I don't recall, but it was a big deal. And I know that there's several people that have been reaching out since I've been in office trying to bring it back. And even recently I met with somebody just a couple months ago that's looking into it. So I do think that there is some value the community could handle having their park closed, you know, for one big annual event. I think at HLP, because they were used to that in the past, I think they would be able to handle that. But beyond that, HLP, I'm just thinking of HLP specifically because it is a park that pays for itself. So we want to be careful on that. And it's a regional park by definition, and it's just highly used and the community loves it. So other than that, I hesitate to say that we should close it off. Maybe a bit of it here and there for, like, you know, filming on a section perhaps. Definitely not on, you know, do it on the slow days or what, Wednesdays, you know, I'm sure you have.
No water Wednesday.
Right. Yeah. Whatever it is. But I mean, maybe a select schedule of that, but HLP really cannot be a lot. It just can't. It's such a huge, that happens to be what you have in your slide picture too, huh? It's just such a high use park.
How about a case by case basis? I mean,
Yeah.
if it's that big a deal to elevate to the board level, fine, but give staff authority to do it on a case by case basis.
At least
With
entertain the
emphasis in-
applications and
Yeah.
Yeah.
bring them to the Parks Commission, something like that.
Right.
Mhm.
She was talking about the music festival.
Yeah, that music goes. And then, you know, little Bradford Park is so cute and tiny. And although that is used a lot, my gosh, that place is always busy. But right now it's a zero doesn't no revenue generation at all. But it's one of those parks that you just put in a neighborhood and it's there. So I could see, you know, if somebody wanted to do some, again, filming or special event there once in a blue moon, I think the community could tolerate that. But it is hard. You're right, Supervisor Turnbull. The community expects those parks to be there for them. That's their intent. So, and if District 4 calls me and is angry that I'm supporting a festival, I'm sorry, but I've been told that it was much loved and they wanted it back. So that's my understanding.
If I could just add to this one, we have been working with county council on kind of, okay, where are our boundaries as far as cost recovery versus actual revenue generation?
Right.
And this is one area where we could actually charge more than our cost. So if they're, you know, we could kind of go case by case, but for something that's closed to the public and it's taking away temporarily from the public's use of the park, we could try to make some money back on that.
Yep. That's a good point.
Mhm.
Is that enough guidance for you?
Hmm.
Is that good enough?
Okay.
Okay.
So this one is kind of speaking to that middle section of the arrow. And so this is, the board directing staff to initiate a request for information for recreation programming services at existing facilities to achieve cost recovery targets. And so this would be, reaching out or putting out an RFI to see if there's any contract recreation providers that might want to use some of our facilities for some of their recreation programs so that we could realize a little bit more cost recovery on some of those parks where we're at 0 or up to 3%, just to, at least the way I see it, we're already paying the overhead of maintaining these facilities. We're just not capitalizing on the potential of having them programmed. So that's kind of what we're asking for in this item.
To me, if it's for a contract basis, that's fine. And RFI doesn't take much work. I mean, at least find out if anybody's got any interest, though. But not for us to do it.
Yeah.
No.
Not creating more.
And from an RFI, we can make a selection, right? Yep.
Okay, if there's no other comments, we can advance to the next slide.
So we're just going to staff recommendation for number 5.
That's what it sounds like to
Yes.
me, yeah.
Everybody's okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
So these next two items are more around future improvements and how you're going to go about funding them if it is the desire of the board for us to entertain that sort of thing. So this one is for a park impact fee nexus study. So there was a draft nexus study done in 2018. And at that time, it was determined by staff that really it wasn't a good fit for us. So maybe I'll take a step back. So the county does not charge building impact or park impact fees if you are not within either a city or a CSD boundary, right? So if you are in Diamond Springs, for example, if you pull a building permit, there's no park impact fee on that. And so when we did the 2018 draft impact fee study, it was determined at that time the amount of capital that would be raised from an impact fee that only applied to those areas that were outside of the cities and CSDs wouldn't generate enough revenue to provide a park facility, right? I mean, we get very small incremental Quimby fees, and I would assume that our park impact fee would be similar to that. And so it would be, generating revenue in the tens of thousands. That's just not enough to acquire land and build a park. And so at that time, it wasn't pursued. What we're asking for here is direction on whether or not you'd like us to entertain impacts fee for specifically regional amenities, and it would apply to all areas within the county. So it wouldn't be just those areas outside of cities and CSDs. It would apply to all building permits issued because it would be for regional amenities that are a benefit to everyone in El Dorado County. So that's what we're asking for on this item.
For instance, like what type of programs you-
Regional amenity could be extensions of the El Dorado Trail. That's an easy one, right? It could be acquisition of property and development of a larger regional park somewhere else within the county. Those would probably be the best examples that I could have for you.
And we can do it countywide, not just, because I do kind of remember this conversation now. It's coming back to me from a long time ago, before they were talking about doing it outside of the CSDs and the cities and stuff. And you're saying now we're considering doing it countywide regardless of where it is. Except for in the Tahoe Basin because of TRPA and all that
Yeah, I was
separate.
just gonna
Yeah,
start
no,
in on
we don't,
that,
yeah,
yeah.
that's just kind of a given
Yeah.
TRPA world we don't touch,
So
so.
we would apply to like El Dorado Hills also that would have.
Yeah, so that, it could be something that applied to, for example, El Dorado Hills CSD area where there is development. They do have, they do have access and use our regional amenities. I think they would probably argue that people outside the CSD use theirs as well. So, and they already pay a pretty hefty park impact fee. So this would be on top of what they're already paying for park impacts.
Right.
And it would just be for
I think that's why that
regional.
conversation didn't go anywhere last time. Is that, do you remember that kind of? I kind of remember
Vaguely, yeah.
this.
I think we stick more with the user analysis and user fee.
you look at what's going on in El Dorado Hills now with the disputes over park impact fees and things.
Oh, yeah.
Dating
Yeah.
back, well before me,
Right.
but, we might want
It's
to
probably
avoid
not a
this
good
one.
time to
Yeah.
look at this,
Yeah,
so bring
no.
it back in 10 years and let another board deal with it.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I don't
Thank you.
think it's a good time to bring this up, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and I totally understand where you guys are coming from. I just want to make sure that, you guys understand where staff is coming from with this. This was one of the initiatives in the master plan to conduct a park impact fee nexus study with the intent of assessing a regional park and trail development impact mitigation fee. So that's the reason why it's before you today.
Okay,
So
so we're already amending our master parks.
Well,
plan,
that was a
so-
10-year horizon. So like you said, we could
Oh, and
revisit
in
it
10
in 10
years,
years.
bring it
We'll
back.
just put
Yeah.
that one on the back burner.
That's perfect. Like it. Okay.
We're not moving forward.
No.
That's a no. Or a yes and a no.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this one kind of dovetails into the previous slide. So kind of two different buckets or kind of methods to generate that capital to build those regional amenities. Another option, just to kind of put it all out there to you guys to make decisions on, is a general obligation or a GO bond. And really it would be for the same purpose, to raise capital to provide the revenue for regional recreational amenities. So same sort of thing, just a different funding mechanism.
Yeah, I don't think this will fly with the voters to get a bond unless we had, see, and this is the thing, if we had a very specific project, that was amazing and new and everybody wanted, then maybe. But without that, because you're talking about maybe extending, the trail, extending what we currently have or something. And I just don't see those happening in a bond measure. Do you guys?
No, I don't, people won't go for it, so.
But the better way to go about it is was it Prop 4 bond money that has some parks money in it? I mean, that the voters already approved that, so we should go after that, which I think is a different item. So I do think 7's a no.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Kim, we're ready for the next slide if you are. All right, so the next two slides, there's going to be two, we're going to be asking for direction on two items on each of the slides. So this one's around grants for Forebay Park renovation. So the first item we're asking for direction on is for staff to contact the Sierra Nevada Conservancy for Prop 68 grant, their Prop 68 grant program, and speak with one of their representatives to determine if our Forebay Park renovation project is eligible for submission. And if given approval, we would like to submit a conceptual application in the amount of $500,000 to be used for the unfunded portion of the project.
My question would be, why wouldn't we? Yeah.
Mhm.
So is this one the one, I guess,
Both of them.
there's 8 and 9 together. And I did talk to Supervisor Lane about Forebay Park because it's near and dear to my heart. And so since both of these are kind of the same, it's after the same project, right? With the same layout and the same phasing that's in this memo.
That's
Correct?
correct. Yeah. So earlier this year, we had $3 million for improvements at that park. We lost 2 of it. We still have that $1 million remaining for a base scope. And so really at that point, we started looking for other options to fund that remaining, the remaining improvements to get the park built out. And so in looking at available grant applications, these two seem like viable opportunities for us. And it would also help us leverage the $1 million that we have as match for not necessarily the Sierra Nevada Conservancy grant, but the Land and Water Conservation Fund grant below it that we'll be asking for direction on.
Okay, so these are both about Forebay.
Yeah, so 8 is just for what we had already planned to do that we originally had funding for that got swept for other purposes. 9, correct me if I'm wrong, is for all of the phases. So we have on there a concept plan and project phasing. So it included more than what we were proposing to do because we were only going with what was in phase 1 from the outset. So we could apply for more funding through the Land and Water Conservation Fund grant and potentially do all the phases for Forebay.
Okay, so number 8 here is just for the first phase that we've already been talking about. Oh, I get it. Okay, and then number 9 is for the rest of the phases. Okay,
Yeah,
so
so
I'll
we
wait
could apply
number
for
9.
both.
Okay.
Yeah, AQMD grant, that CARB grant, you guys did pursue that and work with them to make sure that we get it?
Yeah, we're working through it with them. Recently, they reached out for square footage quantities for the paved area, so we provided them that information. I think currently they're working to determine whether or not there's going to be a match obligation, but we are working through AQMD to see if we can get some grant funds for at least the paving of the parking lot.
Right.
Okay.
Sounds good. Thanks.
And if we don't get the grant, we have the $1 million
Yeah.
plan, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so number 8 sounds good. That's that one.
Mm-hmm.
I have concerns about number 9. So I wanted to see if Supervisor Lane wanted to take the lead on that, or I will. I mean, it's it's in your area.
Yeah,
It's just, I've always had concerns, so.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. And I know that this is, where you were born and raised, so you're very
Not
familiar.
born, gotta be technical. not
Raised.
born, Raised. Don't wanna get
That's
called
even
out. I know.
questionable,
Was I
so I don't
raised,
know.
whatever, by wolves.
Phase 4,
They're back.
we heard comments about this when we went to Pollock Pines and we presented to them about a year ago on the master plan. And some of the input that we received at that time had to deal with the noise or the anticipated noise with possibly the basketball courts and the pickleball courts being abutted up against the backyards of homes that are currently there. And I think that that's a legitimate concern. So I would like to see us go forward with trying to get this additional funding. But my question is, are we locked into that location? Obviously, we need to try to get the $2 million in funding in order to complete that vision of what Pollock Pines has for that park. But are the locations locked in, or can they be adjusted accordingly?
You're talking about locations for the pickleball and basketball?
Correct, specifically. I mean,
so-
they're noisy and they're right up against residential neighborhood.
So when we brought this item to the board back in 2023, that's the conceptual plan that was approved by the board, but there's nothing to say that this current board couldn't give us new direction on it. I think the only other caveat is if we change it, then we won't have CEQA approval for that specific project. So there may be some additional costs to changing the plan, because we might have to, analyze any other
Cite it somewhere else.
impacts.
The only thing that I would add is, we haven't, hired a consultant or anything like that for the civil improvements associated with the future phases of the project. So it's not like we've already paid for design and engineering to put the basketball courts in a certain location. So Jennifer's correct. I mean, obviously we have to go back through the CEQA process because we're changing the project, but we wouldn't necessarily be, having to redesign the project, because really the only civil improvements that we have right now are for phase 1, and that's, the parking area, the ADA path, restroom, things like that.
Okay.
So what I hear you saying is we're committed to phase 1 in its current configuration with all of those amenities. With regards to phases 2, 3, or 4, of which this is phase 4, there might have to be a CEQA modification if we change something, but otherwise we wouldn't incur significant fees to be able to address the concerns that the residents have raised. So, I mean, I'm comfortable with pursuing the grant funding for that reason, but would definitely want that asterisk, that there is that underlying concern, and we're a ways away from phase 4.
Yeah.
So we're years away from it. So I do think there's value in trying to find the funding, but I do have a concern in that regard.
Okay. So just so everybody knows, I'm gonna ask the clerk to include in the minutes, because a lot of times if you have something out in the minutes, it's out there for the world to see that, you're supporting this. I'm gonna ask that it be in there that I support it if and only if those pickleball courts are moved away from the residences. I just can't do that to somebody. We get complaints about this from other areas. It's like, if you've been here to this location, it is currently such a beautiful, lovely, quiet place, and it would just seem so wrong for us to put that in somebody's backyard.
Lot of issues. I had the same
Yeah.
problem in Cameron Park Lake too.
Right.
Pickleball court.
So I just, I will totally support this 100% as long as that caveat's in there that we need that moved away from the residences. And there's so much land here, you would think that they could do that. So I don't know how to go about getting that in there that, I think that, you're in agreement with that request, and can we get it in there forcefully? Because we won't be here probably by the time phase 4. I mean,
Right.
honestly, these things take so gosh darn long.
Can we just include at the end of 9, you're approving of the item 9 as it's written in the item with the proposed relocation of the pickleball and basketball courts away from adjacent residences? Can we just include that and
just do it that way?
Have it memorialized?
At least
and-
would be
Yeah.
a preamble for future
Yeah,
boards.
it
right?
doesn't-
Okay.
Yeah,
It
I'm
doesn't-
a
yeah.
little concerned that this is not agendized for you to make those substantive decisions as to the design of the
Right.
project.
Right.
As Supervisor Lane had proposed it with kind of the asterisk noting that there was,
Concern.
it was subject to further consideration of the location. I think that's fair. I'm not comfortable with making essentially that substantive decision as to the design.
Can't
Right.
obligate a future board anyway.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, so I think that
You could at least put that.
yeah,
Put it in
again,
there
no
like
objection
that.
to noting it, the board's concerns, but I do think that is a subsequent action that the board will need to take to revise the previously approved master plan.
Okay. Right.
So can we do what Kim said?
I think hers went a little too far.
Oh, see, I like that one. Can we do it even though you said that we don't recommend it?
It has, I think you run the risk of both violating the Brown Act and potentially unlawfully attempting to bind a future board's discretion. I would not recommend it.
Okay, then I'm not gonna approve that number 9.
Could
I won't
we,
support it.
could we, instead of subsequent project phases, could we leave out phase 4? And just not pursue that one, and maybe we would be able to apply for enough funding for to complete 1 through 3. But if 4 is the concern, we could leave
Well,
that
the
out.
point was more to just move it. I mean, there's a layout there, and it'd be nice if we were thoughtful of the neighbors and change the layout to accommodate everything.
I actually think that that's a fair recommendation that Ms. French just came up with, because phase 4 is so far out there.
Mhm.
There's going to be other pots of money, other funding sources. I think for
Do it that way.
for this particular one, why don't we just subtract the 386,000 and go for phases 2 and 3 with the idea that a future board can handle making decisions about where the layout, that could come back as a decision-making point, but not for today. So the simplest thing I think for today is just to take phase 4 out. I think that's a good recommendation. and
That'll
then
work.
We could hopefully have your support for that.
Okay.
You all right, Dave? Is that okay?
He likes that better.
Okay, I just
No squeaky
reaching
face.
over and asking if it's okay or not, so. All right. Okay.
I think we're ready for the next one, Kim. All right, so this one is around Chili Bar. So the first one is to direct staff to submit a pre-application to the Wildlife Conservation Board grant program to be considered for a planning project to complete engineering design for the selected Chili Bar site plan that will be coming before this board in the next month or two. So as some of you may know, we've embarked on an alternatives analysis for Chili Bar. We are going to present to you 4 draft site plans that were prepared by a consulting engineering firm. And so this is kind of getting the cart before the horse a little bit with that item, but just saying, once you guys determine which alternative you would prefer for Chili Bar, this would give us the authorization to seek grant funding to get the civil engineering design done for that alternative you guys select in the future.
Okay.
Yep.
And to your point about the cart and the horse kind of thing, if we go ahead and do this and for some reason something goes completely sideways or something, when we look at these concepts, it's not a big deal, right? I mean, do you know what I'm saying? It's
Right,
like,
this is just kind of giving us direction to pursue the grant funding. We
Okay.
could, for this one, not accept it, right? Where there's no resolution committing ourselves
Yeah, so when we
on
bring
this,
that,
on this grant.
yeah, so when we bring that item forward, if for some reason it's contentious and the board doesn't give direction on one of the four alternatives, then obviously we wouldn't be pursuing a grant for design because we wouldn't have direction from the
Okay.
board on which alternative you want us to pursue.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure, because I don't know, new board, we haven't talked about it yet as a board, so, just trying to cover our bases. I hope it goes well. Just throw that out there.
So the last one we have here is direct staff to engage in conversations with the American River Conservancy about chili bar fees and to discuss eligibility of the chili bar project with grant program representatives from State Parks Division of Boating and Waterways. So this is something that we've looked at in the past, and it seems like Chili Bar is a really strong applicant for some of these boating and waterways grants. One of the hurdles that we kind of have to work through is obviously, some of you may know, some of you may not, American River Conservancy administers the park. So they administer the parking fees at the parking lot. They maintain the river frontage there. But State Parks Division of Boating and Waterways has certain criteria for cost of fees you can charge to access a park. And pretty much the fees that they charge is in excess of the state parks threshold, which makes us ineligible for grant funds. So if we were to pursue grant funding for this project, we would have to work with ARC to somehow revise their parking fees to get it below the threshold with state parks so that we'd be a viable applicant. So that's what we're asking for on that last item.
What are we applying for that? What are we actually applying for though with the boating and waterways? What is it?
It would be like the construction of the selected alternative for Chili Bar.
Okay, I didn't know. But the restroom, we're already pursuing that separately, correct?
We've already submitted a grant for that.
Okay, just want to make sure the restroom is number one, and I just want to make sure that that wasn't wrapped into this. So thank you for that clarification. And yeah, to your point, we have had this conversation once before with ARC. And so has anything changed, or do we have a different strategy to present with them? Do you want some help with that? I'll be happy to engage. Think about it. But I know we've had this conversation before, and I will help if you want.
Yeah, I think I would say what's changed. Personnel has changed. I would say in recent conversations, we work well with ARC. So maybe it's, making sure that they see some sort of benefit in these improvements or something like that. So, definitely more to come with those conversations. But I would say, generally speaking, the conversations I've had with Elena in the past have all been positive, and we've worked well with them as long as I've been here. So hopeful that we could come to some agreement. If there's improvements that both agencies feel are mutually beneficial, maybe they would see some sort of value in that and could then potentially
Yeah,
reduce some of their parking
I would think
fees.
so. And so that makes sense then so what has changed is that the county actually we have some site plans that we're actually considering. So that is a big deal, and that could bring them more people too. So, okay, got it. Thank you.
All right, bring it back to the board. Any more other questions? I think we basically answered all the, everything that we needed to do. I'll open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item number 20. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Devon Springs. Yesterday I walked into Zach's office, cold called him. He didn't know I was coming, so anyway, had an excellent discussion about his situation, and I got to observe while I was there some dialogue back and forth between facilities and Zach, and found that to be also very enlightening. As you know, Supervisor Faircamp, I asked you to go into the restroom at the Railroad Park, and you did, I believe, and take an observation of, there's no one now currently that cleans these on a regular basis, my understanding. They are as needed. If they get really bad, then obviously somebody's going to have to do something. But here's my thought about today. First of all, I loved all the detail and I got all my notes on here, so I'm obviously very impressed. But instead of coming up with what you're directing staff to do, how about something like this? Establish a work plan similar to planning buildings, long-range planning document. Now, they annually come before you. They have this this list of things that they have on their program, and then they come back and they put new items on, items completed first, items, new items, and then any amended item. But essentially what you're getting is this work plan annually, just like you're doing already, but you're doing it in behalf of this need. And I think it makes a lot of sense. It's organized, keeps everybody then at the same place, and on an annual basis, you can see how we're doing. Now, if you don't do that, then I have a more particular focus is the historic rail park, dog park. I noticed the weeds are up. It's essentially becomes a wildfire issue. Even our new playground where the kids are supposed to go right adjacent to it, the weeds are at least a couple feet high. And so we have services to be provided, but we don't have the resources in order to be able to do them. That's what it comes down to. So if you'll do the work program that I'm describing, I believe that will answer my concern today and also generally bring everybody onto the same page. Then you'd be able to bring that back on an annual basis, as I said, to summarize, and you can have all of this dialogue and discussions about individual projects. I'm concerned about some of the dialogue that I've heard here about it being a specific project and not having the public here as a Brown Act violation. I'm concerned about that. I'm glad County Council has raised that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Anybody else in the boardroom would like to speak on this item? Come on up. Kim, let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board.
I guess I would just ask that you let me bring the
Yeah, go ahead.
document up
Yep.
so you
Yeah,
can look
I
at
just
what I've
wanted to know
done.
if they
too.
had any other questions, so.
Okay.
And I think Chris has a good point. I mean, this sort of looks like a year-long work plan, or at least direction that would come in some sort of a work plan. So that's a great idea. It's not on the agenda to formally, but I think it makes a lot of sense, and an item could come that way.
Yeah, so we kind of do have our own version of a work plan to come back to you annually, and that's in the form of determining what initiatives in the master plan you want us to work on. So that is our plan to come every year with kind of a parks update item and look at what initiatives from the master plan we've completed, and then set kind of our timeline going forward for the next one. So we do have a version of that.
This is a question to the clerk of the board. On item number 9, if you subtract the amount that they were suggesting and you subtract phase 4 from that, can I give you the new
Absolutely.
dollar amount? So correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but I believe it will be 1,439,868.
That seems accurate. Yeah, the only caveat I put on that is it was a cost estimate based on a concept design. So obviously, those are
think-
ballpark numbers, but
yeah.
yeah, your math is correct.
And I think the word approximately gives you that little bit of wiggle room.
So I guess I would just ask if you could just maybe take a look at 2, 3, 4.
How about on 5, to seek contract recreational planning services? Because otherwise it makes it sound like we want to do
No, we don't want to.
that's not our,
No.
Good point.
Otherwise, looks okay to me. No, that's fine, but it just, we want to contract it. but- So, yes.
I'm ready to scroll when you guys are.
Okay.
Okay.
And sixth is the now, right? It's, yep.
Correct.
Yep.
Perfect. Awesome job, Kim. Thank
Okay,
you.
good.
I don't know how you keep up with us.
Yeah, so I'll move clerk of the board's list
Hmm.
on all
Second.
items appropriate to item 20 on the agenda.
Okay.
And I
All-
don't need any notes in the minutes now
All right.
because we removed phase 4.
Okay, Brooke, are you okay?
I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
All right.
Thank you.
Zach, thanks, Jennifer.
So I guess we could do item 27. It's only 5 minutes unless,
Well,
what do you think?
we should probably go eat because we got lots of stuff going on. If you guys are okay with that, it will only take 5 minutes, but we'll do it. We'll squeeze it in
All
somewhere.
right, so you think it's come back at 1:15? Everybody okay with that?
Yep.
All right, so we'll break for lunch. Thanks, everyone. Greetings, El Dorado County. The Board of Supervisors is now going to resume our regular.
George, microphone.
Sorry about that. Start all over again. Greetings, El Dorado County. The Board of Supervisors is now going to resume our regular session, beginning with open forum. Open forum is the time the public to comment on anything item that is not on the agenda today. Kim, will you please open up open forum?
Of course. We are now taking public comments on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
All right, come on up. Anybody want to start?
Good afternoon, honorable board members. I am James Colstead from Placerville, an active UDW member, and currently an IHSS caregiver for my wife. With much gratitude for our hometown for 37 years and the IHS program, but my usual profession is mental health care. My wife was the main breadwinner as I worked part-time and went to university with doctoral goals. Tragedy struck and my wife slipped and fell, receiving a complete life-changing traumatic brain injury. Now she requires 24/7 life-affirming care since 2021. I have provided this care for her, and now I am a full-time caregiver. With a major loss of income from this tragedy, we rely on IHSS earnings to live. And it has been nearly impossible with a $17 an hour wage. Though we are grateful, the financial burden remains because of the skyrocketing cost of living here. The truth is that our contract with the county hasn't kept pace with that rising cost. In fact, IHSS wages have only kept pace with minimum wage. According to salary.com, the current caregiver earns an average of $21.54 per hour. They also sponsored a study that revealed that if you paid a caregiver of an Alzheimer's dementia client for their daily tasks, it should garner $60 per hour compensation for the type and amount of work required. I can personally attest that caregiver burnout is a prevalent occurrence. With the current wage of $17 an hour, many potential caregivers are deterred from this work with other more profitable jobs available. Qualified candidates that want to do this work are forced to other industries when their skills and aptitudes are more suited for this life-affirming work. These workers possess not only tangible skills, but also have virtues necessary for caregiving, such as patience, kindness, and respect, no matter what. I thank the board for working with us to build a better contract. I hope you will sign a contract with us that provides caregivers like me with a sustainable, thriving wage so we're able to keep doing this vital work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. My name is Janine Wright, and I'm an IHSS caregiver and a member of the union, UDW. I've been a caregiver since 1969. I've been helping IHSS since probably 6 or 7 years, and in this community for 15 years. And I also help my daughter, Angela. I was absolutely shocked to find out recently that we are actually second to the lowest paid in El Dorado County. What I'd like to do is see that you will help us, representing us, to raise the $17 to higher wages, because that just doesn't really get it. It's horrible. It needs to go up. So anyway, there is only one other county that pays less than we do, as I said. Such low pay, caregivers cannot keep up with the rising costs of living, and this means that we cannot afford to do this important work. The entire state is facing a crisis of care. There will not be enough people to care to our aging population unless we make sure that there is an incentive for people to take up this work and stay with it. We want people to want to come here and want to and make it work. And people aren't going to be here, won't stay here with us if it doesn't work. It is my hope that this board will keep working with UDW and IHSS caregivers to build a better future for our county's most vulnerable. We must get a pay increase that allows us to keep working. We need a pay increase that does more than just follow the slow rising in minimum wage. We need thriving wage so that we can support to have a healthy community. And we want a healthy community. I've been here about 15 years and I love it here. But we do need this amount to go up. Now, like I said, we are the second to the lowest amount of getting paid here. I'm not just a caregiver, not just caregiving since 1969. However, and I am a dance teacher and I've been like all over Alaska, all over the place teaching. And I always seem to keep helping people no matter where I go. It's kind of in me to help people. So anyway, I really do want you all to be our spokespersons to help us out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Melissa Frank, and I am currently an IHSS caregiver for a man who has muscular dystrophy. I was a medical assistant, and then a cousin developed Lewy body dementia, and I started IHSS for her, having to immediately go to another job and not being able to apply and things because I'm taking care of somebody with Lewy body. I heard of this man that needed a caregiver. In my mind, it was going to be temporary, but when I got there and I saw how great of a need there was for his care and heard the countless stories of people who they had hired that were addicts, one that used heroin while she was on the job and could not give him the care that he needed, I decided to stay. It has been a huge sacrifice for me, one that my family is begging me to, telling me that I would be better off working at McDonald's, and they're right. And there's something very wrong with that. The one size fits all of IHSS, it's very different taking someone for groceries, doing light housework compared to taking care of a man that is on a feeding tube, that occasionally, sometimes in the middle of the night, aspirates on his own saliva, and you have to give life support, not life support, but life-giving things in order for him to stay alive. Imagine what it takes to give a bath to a quadriplegic, or once they're in the end stages, as my client is, and is incontinent with his bowels, what it takes to get him out of that bed, clean him up, clean the bed, and get him back into that bed safely. He's on hospice now, and a home health aide comes to help. I looked it up today. They're paid between $22 and $30 an hour, and she can only aid me. She cannot do over half of the skilled things that I have to do to take care of this client. All of us that are working there, we work 48 hours, but we have to have other jobs in order to live. I have put aside for over 3 years my own health care needs because I don't have insurance. Something has to change. Please, I ask you to work with our union and really look at what the needs are in our county.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Justin Myers, and I'm proud to serve on the staff of UDW representing the over 1,900 providers here in El Dorado County. And many of them couldn't be here. I mean, we do have a large number here, but the reality is that we're currently in bargaining. We understand that. We are fighting for a fair wage for our workers. The reality is that, as was mentioned, there's only one single county in California that pays less than El Dorado County. 53 other counties pay more. And it's not just the big Bay Area counties. Sierra, Plumas pay more. These are comparable counties. If they're able to find ways to support the neediest of our community, that's what we're asking this board to do, to find a way. Because many of us, when we were growing up, we were taught that how you treat the elderly and the disabled is a reflection of how you are as a person. And many of us believe that that should also be a reflection of the government that we elect, that it should show its values by serving those who need the most help. So we understand there's challenges, but at the end of the day, the folks that are in the most need in this community need your help to be able to stay healthy and safe in their own home. The reality is without a strong IHSS program in El Dorado County, how many of your constituents face the fact that they may need to be institutionalized in care facilities, group homes, nursing facilities? How many of those have available beds in this county? I mean, I talk to folks all the time and they're looking as far away like Bakersfield and even further afield to find facilities once they can no longer take care of them at home. Your constituents want to stay healthy and safe in their own community, around the folks they love, around the people, your neighbors. And that's what we're asking you to do, is find a way to work with the providers to make sure that this is a sustainable way to continue to move forward and take care of these folks. So thank you for your time, and we look forward to continue working with you to achieve that goal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, folks. My name is Jeff Kramer. I'm an IHSS provider. Me and my son both are. The wage is low for us, 17 an hour. The cost of living is high compared to most counties, and we're the second lowest county paid wage for our service. So as a provider and a caregiver, we do need to make more to help the community. Now, getting to the community, the elderly living independently at home is very important. We all hope that we can do that. And the way the system's set up, they want you to live independently at home. Now, the mortality rate is up, okay? Dementia and other disabilities are up. The bed availabilities in the nursing homes in this county and Sacramento County are down. And you can go to almost any facility and you can see they're almost half dementia patients. By the time you're 83 years old, it's 1 in 3, okay, for dementia. And for us to help these people live independently at home, we need a higher wage for all of us. And I am concerned about the numbers because the beds aren't available. You would hope that the services will be there for your people. I do it hoping that someone will be there for me when it's my turn. And there's just a big difference of the numbers of our county compared to other counties of the wage. I mean, you can go down to the Bay Area, they get paid 20 and more an hour, where we're fighting just to get up to 17 right now. So we do need to look at that and those benefits to the community and the elderly to live independently at home. I think it's a big need out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, El Dorado County Board members. George, we work together. I just want to sit there and say, I used to work at Marshall Hospital. I got paid very well. And then I worked as a private home nurse. My daughter's special needs, Megan, and you guys gave a chance and I had to take a pay so I could take care of my daughter. It's really hard because I have to be home, but I come and I support our county. I help and I donate my time taking care of it. I've worked with George. We need a pay raise. We work less than McDonald's does, and it really hurts. But at least I get this chance, and we just would love to have help a little bit more so we could do more. And everyone, we work really, really hard. And I'm certified in a lot of stuff, but we just don't get paid enough. But thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else want to speak on open forum? Come on up. Oh. That's funny.
I didn't see you.
Okay.
We would rather hear from him first. I'm perfectly okay with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we already got his binders ready here.
Yeah, go ahead. Come on up. No, no.
Yeah.
Honorable Board Chairman Turnbull, I'm reading this letter today to express my sincere gratitude and deep appreciation for the outstanding leadership and service that Ms. Tiffany Schmid has provided as El Dorado County's administrative officer. During her tenure, Tiffany demonstrated an exceptional ability to bring departments together in a spirit of collaboration. It's not that it was missing, but she took something and elevated it and made it better. Her effectiveness in fostering teamwork among diverse agencies led to tangible, well-balanced solutions to some of our county's most pressing challenges. Equally impressive has been her direct and transparent communication with department heads, particularly when navigating the complexities of a tight county budget. Tiffany never shied away from difficult conversations and consistently focused on building budgets that were both realistic and responsible, meeting department needs while safeguarding the health of our county's funds. Beyond her technical and leadership strengths, Tiffany carried herself with grace and poise, even while managing sensitive or internally difficult matters. She maintained a professional, optimistic outward presence that helped instill confidence throughout the county's organization and community. El Dorado County is better today because of Tiffany's service. Her leadership will be sincerely missed, and I hope this letter serves as a small token of appreciation on behalf of us and those of us who witnessed the positive impacts that she made. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
He didn't got a gun on, I don't think so.
Vern Pearson,
He is a
District
DA.
Attorney, long-suffering District Attorney here. The sheriff and I were both obviously planning on talking on the same subject as part of this open forum, which I don't believe I've ever actually spoken on before. And I'm standing back here. It's always one of those reminders, listening to the concerns raised by the various people that have spoken prior to the sheriff. My wife's been a physical therapist doing home health for the last almost 30 years. It's a very difficult position they're in, and it's consequently a very difficult position that each member of this board is in terms of dealing with the many things that you have to make decisions about. We are very blessed, I think, as somebody alluded to, in this county. We live in the state of California, which is probably the prettiest landscape. We have the oceans, we have the mountains, part of our county, and a whole host of other natural resources that I think you are all very well aware of, and I won't repeat. And the truth of it is that our state government is, in my opinion, largely incompetent. We have highest homelessness and highest unemployment in the state of California. But here, the state of California in the United States, we have those highest numbers. El Dorado County, we're in a position where although things are not perfect because we are part of the state of California, we're in much better shape than many other places. Greg Ferraro here, one that thought about moving once upon a time and realized that it wasn't El Dorado County he was unhappy with, but much of the state of California. That only happens because of the hard work and determination of the people that work here. Tiffany, I believe, in my opinion, has done an outstanding job over the last several years of trying to navigate the various pulling directions that the county gets pulled in, having to comply with the state of California and all those different things, and to be effective on behalf of the people that live here. And sometimes it makes us making El Dorado County a little bit different than everywhere else. And I want just to personally thank you for everything you've done. and continue, wish you the best in your future endeavors. And thank you, all of you, for what you do, as I indicated, for a very difficult job that you have to navigate as well. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Anybody else want to get up and speak? Come on up.
Oh, boy.
You got one more. You better sit down. Might as well sit down for a little bit. We're not done yet. Okay.
Good afternoon, Board. Brian Gomez from the Sheriff's Office. Just take the opportunity. I echo everything that the Sheriff and the DA has said so far. I think Tiffany and I have had a lot of opportunities to work together. And I found that she's very easy to work with. She listens. She has come up with unique ideas on how to solve some of our problems. And I just want to say, I haven't noticed that before dealing with other people. So I'm disappointed you're leaving. I have to say that. But the collaboration, I think all of you know where we were before on certain subjects and topics, and where we are now. And it is a night and day, and that is because of Tiffany. So thank you very much. As a citizen, I appreciate everything you've done. And I know you can't back out of it, but thank you. Thank you, Board.
Thank you. Anybody else speak? Looking around.
My name is Gil Wright. I'm with the California Pilots Association. For the last 6 weeks or so, I have been discussing things with the pilots and the issues that have been going on with El Dorado County's airports. We have to have further conversations than we have not been having. There are two primal truths in aviation. Takeoffs are optional, landings are mandatory. The second primal truth, when you are aviating and navigating in an airplane, you then communicate. Communications that have been going on aren't working well. I have before you, this is a compilation of a number of things. That I'm going to go through rapidly. I have quite a few people here who are pilots. First thing that I have here is El Dorado County's assessors' unsecured assets. In El Dorado County, there are 238 aircraft. How many aircraft owners are here?
Oh, wow.
I'm speaking for them, and I do request a little bit more time than what is here, because this represents somewhere between $30 to $36 million of tax revenue for the state of, for El Dorado County at 1%. The other thing that's in here too is the FAA sponsors' rights and responsibilities. Because one of the things, if you look at, because of time is short, I will go to FAA tab number 3. Complaint resolution. The FAA's role in adjudicating disputes between airport users and airport sponsors is to ensure the sponsor's compliance with its federal obligations. When allegations made in a complaint are verified, the FAA works with the airport sponsor to develop a corrective action plan to address the findings of noncompliance. Please note in bold, please note that the FAA does not have legal authority to award monetary judgments or payment for damages, as has been propounded before this board in February. That's the other thing too. On the very last page, where there's the blue tag, you can look at the amount of, this is from the state comptroller. This is how much money is actually earned or lost at given airports. The interesting thing here is the amount of money that El Dorado County claims that they're losing and claims that they might be sued by the FAA. If you look at the very bottom page where San Francisco Airport is, they're losing $36 million, SFO International. They aren't being sued.
I'll give you one more minute, but that's it.
I
We should
understand,
check
Chair.
with the board if they want to do that.
Well, I mean,
Because
it-
we don't have a policy to do so,
All right.
I had requested it.
but we
but I'm-
don't grant that.
I'm in favor of
It's not
allowing them
in
more
our-
time speaking on behalf of all these people.
Well, only if nobody else is gonna speak, and do you really think?
That's
I,
what-
Nobody else is going to speak.
I do
on
not
your-
recommend we do this. We've not done this for anybody else since we've adopted that policy.
All
I
right.
think it'd be really unusual.
All
One
right.
thing I will say,
Your time's up.
before I got here, a Part
Your time's
13 had
up.
been filed
Chair,
and,
will you
Yeah.
please?
I'll have you.
okay.
All right. It's better
The-
just,
The one thing that I received
No.
today,
Your time is up.
You-
a Part 13 was filed with
Please
the
turn off the
FAA.
microphone,
This is
clerk.
on,
No, you're done.
okay.
Thank you.
this is an FAA. To all of you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is how toxicity continues.
Well, we have a
Didacticism.
policy that's for everyone.
Yeah.
And the chair knows that and should have checked with us
Yep.
first. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I apologize for that. Anyway, all right. Thank
Peace
you.
Be with you all.
My name is Dave Liggard, and I'd certainly appreciate if you would please cede my time to Mr. Wright.
We don't do that.
No, we don't do that.
Hey, all I can do is try.
Yeah, I know.
Hi, my name is Mark Riggleberger. I live in the Logtown part of District 2. Good to see you all this afternoon. I own and fly an airplane out of Placerville. I also own a hangar up there on county land. I pay taxes on all three of those items. Interesting to note that when we were meeting with the pilots before this meeting, we had a fire start on Bass Lake Road and Highway 50. Within an hour, that fire was controlled and crews are mopping up even as we speak. Most of the reports that I got about that fire came from air attack. These are people flying in support of fire suppression and public safety activities. Those activities are ubiquitous at Placerville and Georgetown airports in seasons like we're in now. What would happen for the benefit of everybody equally in the county if the airports didn't exist anymore? What would happen if by oversight, neglect, and short-sightedness perhaps, those airports decayed to the point where they no longer became useful to CAL FIRE or to other public safety elements of the county? Everybody in El Dorado County loses, not just the pilots like me that pay into the support of the airport. Everybody loses. The notion that the airport support must be exclusively provided by the airport tenants is a fallacy. It doesn't consider all of the monies that the airport tenants contribute to the county's coffers. It also doesn't consider all of the public benefits to every single resident of the county that are provided by those airports. That's why we want to have a dialogue between the aviation community in the county, Board of Supervisors, Chief Administrative Office, who now is directing the airport, to make sure that we can ensure the viability and continued safety of the airports that we have. We don't want to give up the resources that we've had for so many years and built for so many years. We want to continue to develop them, continue to make them better, and continue to help them serve the needs of the people of this county. I'm dedicated to that. I know all my fellow pilots are dedicated to that as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Don Bishop and I'm a hangar owner at Placerville. And I don't fly because I'm a rich guy and, you know, it's easy for me to afford. I fly because I absolutely love flying. Some people fish, but for me, it's flying. And it's been a passion of mine since I was just a little boy. And I finally got to a point where I could realize that dream. And then I get a hangar, I put my plane in it, and I get a lease that says, we're going to take your hangar from you. Well, we revolted against that, and I think the Board of Supervisors made the right decision in saying, okay, we're not going to do that. And they rewrote the lease, but buried in the language of that lease are all kinds of mechanisms to take our hangars from us. We've tried to address these issues. We've tried talking and asking for revisions, and we're not getting anywhere. I think that's where a lot of the angst is. If I told you after 5 years of paying on your truck, we were just going to take it from you because you parked in our parking lot, you would be opposed to that taking. And this government taking of our hangars is offensive to us. We're just trying to get a fair and equitable agreement, a lease agreement that represents all parties involved. And the other thing we want to do is keep our airport functioning properly with all safety issues addressed, including NOTAMs and the operation of the radio when there's a problem, which we don't currently have at the airport. I thank you for your time. I yield the rest of it.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Don Nightinger. I have for the past 23 years held a ground lease at Placerville Airport on which sits an aircraft hangar that I own. I have an unbroken payment history and maintain perfect compliance that entire time. I am now being aggressively pressured into signing an unreasonable and certainly unfair new lease. Number one, airport administration will not engage in the lease process until a $711 application fee is paid up front, even though it is stated in your policies that this fee does not apply to current occupants. And to further coerce some hangar owners, the airport's director has revoked access in full or in part to our hangars and aircraft, even during an ongoing lease renewal. Number two, the county is shifting its liability and consequently its responsibility directly to the hangar owners by requiring unreasonable insurance coverage limits and claim subordination. This is an attempt to reduce exposure to the county, which really means reducing the county's insurance premiums by increasing those of the hangar owners. Though subtle, this is a form of taking and additionally creates an unsafe airport environment. Number three, the new lease does not specify rent dollar amounts. Each and every year, the county can raise rates at will. This lease does not function as a contract. Number four, the county is approving lease terms in a discriminatory manner. Over the past few years, many hangar owners are receiving a much better lease duration than others. Some leases are good through 2054, while others are only good through 2035. As a result, two otherwise identical hangars have far different values. This is unfair, unequal, and discriminatory. And last, number five, every 5 years, the new ground lease requires an independent contractor to inspect and report on the condition of my hangar at my sole expense. This is a cost to hangar owners that had never existed before. The report requires recommended retrofit alternatives for adherence to current development standards, building and fire code. This could be a very costly mandate. It only applies to some, not all hangar owners, and its likely purpose is to ready the hangar for confiscation through so-called reversion by the county at a later date. This historically unnecessary inspection cost to hangar owners facilitates such action. Thank you for hearing me. I can support each and every claim I'm making, and I hereby request a meeting between hangar owners and the full board of supervisors to resolve all ground lease issues in a fair and equal manner. Thank you.
My name is Dale Bergman, and I also fly out of Placerville. But I think with all the issues that are going on up at the airport between Placerville and Georgetown, I think that the supervisors should consider doing a deep forensic financial audit of the operations and everything at the Placerville and the Georgetown airports. And with your permission, I hope that you'll allow me to relinquish the remaining time to Mr. Wright.
No.
Nope.
No, we don't do that.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board, Chair Turnbull. I just want to express Leanne Mila, your Agricultural Commissioner. I just really want to express my appreciation for Tiffany. I'm really sad that you're leaving. As a new department head, you really empowered me and uplifted me to be a better leader and to work through some really, really, really hard times and things that we did, whether it was policy or department staff issues. I also recognize after working in this county for 24 years that you really had a commitment to the employees, which was a direction of the board. But I really felt it. I felt that you in the department head meetings, you were bringing staff together and you were bringing departments together. And we haven't always had that positive feeling in this county. I remember a lot of duck and hide times, but you really had changed that. And I'm really going to be sad to see you leave, but I'm very thankful that I got to work under you for my first few years here. And I hope that you're off to do something amazing.
Thank you, Lynn.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to talk to you about the letter that Gil talked about that many of us sent to the FAA. And the response came today. Many of us got this email. I'm just going to read the first couple and the last paragraph of this letter. Dear Ms. Franich, this letter concerns the enclosed complaints we received from Mr. Bishop, Mr. Sprague, Mr. Pilkington, Mr. Delazar, Mr. Nethinger, complainants that were filed in accordance with 14 Code of Federal Regulations, Part 13, FAA Investigative and Enforcement Procedures. The complaints allege that the County of El Dorado, the county as a sponsor of Placerville Airport, is in violation of its federal obligations with respect to PVF. Please review this complaint and provide your response to the allegations and the status of any efforts to resolve the complaint. Additionally, in order to assist our investigation of the complaint, please specifically address the following. And I'm not going to go through this. I'm mainly reading this so that you are all aware that this letter has been received by the Director of Airports. And the letter closes this way. Please provide the requested information no later than 30 days from the date of this letter. Please let us know if you have any questions and gives contact information for the compliance program manager for the Western region, the FAA.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the board chambers want to come up and speak?
Good afternoon, Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. On any given Tuesday, I'm here to talk to you about a project, a program, a grant, some kind of issue that we're presenting to the board. But what you're not seeing are the thousands of hours, countless days, weeks, months that are not being brought to you because they are being resolved by the CAO's office. And that's not because the CAO is the type of leader that redirects, sweeps under the rug, does not make issues transparent, or redirects it to some other department. That's because the CEO, Tiffany Schmidt, is a leader that takes challenges head on. And she has empowered her staff to take those challenges head on. Since I've been at the helm, her encouragement to support staff, to support department heads, to break silos have been one that has been awe-inspiring, as you've heard by my fellow department heads. And this showed even greater when several years ago, the CEO took the helm, and after many years of healthy budgets, and through no fault other than the market gods, adopted two different budgets that were extremely difficult. And once again, took the same leadership qualities of taking the challenge head on, not with one, not with two, but multiple meetings, workshops, support groups as to discussing what we need to do in order to make the issues and the cards that we are dealt resolvable for the county, for the staff, and for these residents. That's the attributes of a leader, and that's are the aspiring aspects that myself and my fellow department heads are going to miss. Her leadership that was there with us, true and true, through COVID, through Caldor, through some of the most contentious and difficult board items that have come before this board, all of which have been taking the challenges head on. If there was anything I can say to change her mind, I would say it and I would do it, because it's going to be a huge, huge loss, not just to this county, but to the department and to all the department heads here today, as well as myself.
Thanks, Rafael.
Hi, Matt. I didn't expect a speaker. I think I'm a pilot guy. Tiffany, I've never even met you, but I feel sad that you're going. Really, you sound like an awesome friggin' winner. But no, I just wanted to say my 2 cents, try to cool the temperature. We're just, we're frustrated. We've been through a lot with it, and there's this idea that like pilots are like somebody said, these rich people, and it's just not true. I have a hangar up in Georgetown. I saved for 3 years to buy that hangar, and it's just maybe I'm not, up as much as some of these good fellows behind me, but, it's just a sad thought thinking that, it could go away and that we might not be able to afford it. And I don't even like to bring this up because I like to do it, on my own, and I have a couple pilots with me, but there's a thing called Angel Flight, and me and quite a few pilots that I know, when we like to have missions, we don't like to just go burn holes in the sky. So, there's people that are cancer patients and have these medical things that they can't endure the trip to go there. They're in LA, they're, up in Oregon and stuff. And there's quite a few pilots here, some probably in this room that don't even speak up that we do those trips. And we're just frustrated, guys. We work hard and that's our passion. And, yeah, we're just asking for help. That's all. But we appreciate you guys' time and yeah, we really do. So thank you.
Thank you.
Come on up.
Hi, I'm Donna McPherson. My husband and I own a hangar at Placerville Airport. Part of the money for selling that hangar is going to our retirement, which right now we're not sure if we can even sell it. Please hire somebody that knows what they're doing with the airport. You keep moving it around from the Department of Transportation to the person that took care of your, where all the dead people are. Hire somebody that knows what they're doing. This is a money-making thing. The state offered you money twice and you didn't take it because the airport was closed down because of the fires. Please hire somebody that knows what they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kind of hold your applause, please.
Honorable Board of Supervisors, Karen Garner, Planning and Building Director. I too want to express my sincere appreciation for Tiffany's leadership. As listening to the others that have spoke before me, it really struck me how we all see the same outstanding qualities, her ability to bring people together, her ability to inspire teams, inspire that collaboration. She just really has been a wonderful mentor to me. Honestly, when I took the job, it's always a little bit nerve-wracking when you take the job of someone who has just moved up and they're still there, and you're afraid they're going to look over your shoulder and be like, oh, no, don't do it that way. And she absolutely did not do that. She very much respected, my style, my way of doing things, but yet gave me that guidance and that help and, made sure I was watching out for this or that. And I really do appreciate that. I believe she probably does that with all the department heads. I've also had my staff tell me, what a breath of fresh air she is as far as her honesty and her integrity and her, just being very honest, even with the brutal messages about some of the budget items. They really appreciated that. And more than once, I've heard my staff say, I've never heard a CAO say that or do that before. So thank you, Tiffany. You will be missed. I'm with Raphael. If there's anything we can say or do, maybe kidnap you for a while. I don't know. Whatever it takes, if we could keep you here, we would, because it's been wonderful even during these tough times to have you as our leader. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. Lieutenant Troy Martin, Office of Emergency Services, here to speak about the CAO. Apologize for my informal attire, but I learned about 10 minutes before this meeting, this was her last meeting. I wanted to provide a couple comments on specific things. So number one, your commitment to disaster response for our county. We're the lead agency for that, but there's a lot of agencies that have a hand in that. And nowadays, when there's a disaster, people come together, different departments, not only to do what they do, but to come help us do what we do. And with that was the formation of a team to come work in the EOC with us during the disaster. So members from every department coming in to help us do our job, not their normal job, but our job during a disaster. And so part of that's come from the leadership and support from Tiffany, even going back to when you're building a planning director and you dedicated staff for Caldor recovery, going back to that. Number two is the expectations during a disaster.
There's a lot we can and can't do during a disaster for many reasons. Even when there's conflict that come up, it's as easy as a conversation with you or your staff explaining why we can or can't do things. And it goes smooth. There's always a reason behind what we do or don't do during a disaster. And the last thing I wanted to cover, I want to be brief, is just something that's not a very common trait, I think, overly common, is just staying calm during a disaster. It's kind of in the word disaster. We've all been through them. They're stressful, they're busy, there's a lot of unease, there's a lot of false information going around. And you've always stayed very calm, no matter there's grocery stores and tall falling down or wildfires and evacuations. You've always stayed calm and just worked together, just clear communication. We work through the problem, the processes are there and they work. So it's been a pleasure working with you. I hope you enjoy your next chapter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. Wendy Thomas. And I am also here to speak about Tiffany's exceptional leadership in light of the devastating news of her resignation. But first, it's important to understand the climate that she inherited with this role. The county was emerging from a challenging time: the pandemic, the Caldor fire, and national civil unrest. Internally, our county culture was toxic, and departments at the time were ruled by fear. Each CAO brings her own unique expertise to the role, and Tiffany has led with strength, with integrity, with boldness, with creativity, and with optimism. One of her first priorities was to tackle this dysfunctional internal culture head on. She brought county departments together. She opened up lines of communication and collaboration, and she worked with HR to support employee wellness, development, and retention. Tiffany has boldly faced challenges, including the recent daunting budget season, where she has led with wisdom, fairness, collaboration, and grit. Most significantly, Tiffany's overarching leadership style is to bring people together for the common good. Tiffany's resignation is a significant loss to El Dorado County. The question that nags at my mind is, why does Tiffany feel she has no other option but to resign when her leadership is so valued by county offices, by our staff, and by our community? Today, we've heard from our sheriff's office. We've heard from our DA. We've heard from our department heads. This just doesn't make sense. I do not say this lightly, but it seems that there may be a member or two of this board that are acting in an underhanded manner to sabotage Tiffany's leadership, to drive a false narrative, and to try to make decisions, significant decisions, for the majority of this board. I implore this board to get to the bottom of the matter. Tiffany deserves this, our county family deserves it, and most of all, the citizens of El Dorado County deserve that clarity and that transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Anybody else in the boardroom like to come up and speak?
My name's Steve Abel. I'm a pilot. I also have a hangar up at Placerville. And I appreciate everything everybody said about you, Tiffany, but all I've heard are county employees, and I'm speaking for hangar owners up there, and we're not happy. I'm sorry. And I'm afraid you're in charge of that department. So you're going to get the brunt of this. I'm sorry that's on your last day. Jennifer Franich that works for you seems to have a little bit of she's taken the empowerment a little too far, maybe. We all have tried to have some discussions, and we reach blockages regularly. We don't even really know who to talk to. I received a letter today, just about half an hour ago. I just saw it from David Livingston. I'm being evicted from my hangar. I've had a hangar for 12 years, had an assignment of the hangar to us, and now I've been receiving letters saying you don't have a lease, you have to sign the new lease, you have no choice. It's pretty frustrating. We as pilots are all very frustrated, and I'm sorry, but we are moving forward. The grand jury's been notified. There is activity going on there. FAA is taking action. We as pilots, we can't just let this happen. So again, appreciate any help that you guys can do. I didn't prepare this. I'm just very frustrated that I got an eviction letter for, you're getting the brunt of it because your name's on the bottom of it, but it comes from the county, basically. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Steve.
How's it going, board? My name is Blair Popejoy, and I'm a hangar owner. I'm an airplane owner. I fly out of Placerville. I am using this to help with my emergency support business, where I go around to all these emergency fires in the country and the state, and I have to sometimes bring certain supplies to a fire that I can't get to in a certain amount of time. And I also bought my hangar for an investment and something to hand down to my children. Well, as soon as I bought my hangar, I paid all the fees. Then all of a sudden, the lease agreement had changed. Okay. And then it was a 10-year. And I provided all my insurance. Everything was all good. No one's doing their job at the airport. They're not doing their job. They're sitting up there, kicking their feet up, not doing their job. Jennifer, the first time I met her, she had her shoes off inside the airport, just walking around like it's just a Sunday afternoon. Okay, that's not professional. That's not the Placerville Airport I want it to be. We have a plan. I wish you guys could listen to them. I'm a new hangar owner. I'm a new pilot. I'm frustrated because I feel like I've reached out and I just got, oh, she's trying to do the best job she can. Well, when I pay $100,000 for an airplane hangar and I can't sell it for $50,000 after I bought it, that is crippling. Okay. And it's not fair. And you guys wouldn't like it if it happened to you. If someone came to your house and said, California's taking our land back, sorry, too bad. And that's kind of how it feels. And we pay taxes. My wife's a school teacher here in this town. I'm raising 4 young children. My boys want to be in the military. They want to be a pilot. I would love to help them do that before they go off and join some branch of the military, but I feel like you guys are neglecting what we're trying to put up here for you guys to see. And we just want something fair. And being born and raised here in this county, I would wish that you guys could hear what we have to say. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, Blair. Anybody else in the boardroom like to speak?
My name's Jim Hogan. I've been a resident since '81 here in the county. I purchased a hangar at the airport in '18. I paid the transfer fee, the assignment fee, and I was denied a lease. I asked for several years for a lease and was repeatedly told, we're working on a new one. We're working on a new one. When one was finally presented to me, when I read through it, I saw the onerous clauses in there. And I'm trying to remember who it was at the time. Chris, was involved. But in contact, I said, this lease is not reasonable. It's totally one-sided. And I was told, come in and talk to Chris about it. I said, well, there are 4 or 5 others that I've been talking with, and they've got the same concerns. And I was told, no, you come in by yourself. And so I just didn't. I just went quiet. I paid my rent. I paid my taxes, airplane and possessory tax and hangar tax every year. And in March of this year, so we're 7 years in, no lease. I pay every year. My bill says I'm paying for 1-year lease. That comes in July. So I've got the bill saying I paid for a 1-year lease. In March, I get a letter from Jennifer saying, you don't have a lease. You need to sign one within 30 days. So I responded and said, well, you've had 7 years and I need a little more than 30 days to figure this out. And then the next came a walkout of the airport where I was denied access completely. Then I was allowed pedestrian access along with many others. And I'm one of about 30 or 40 who were in this exact situation, that were either between leases or had no lease ever. This goes very, very deep. The clauses in the lease are just unmanageable. Have any of you read the lease that's been presented to us? Mr. Veerkamp, you have?
Okay, have any of you others?
Probably, but I don't remember it. We hear a lot of things.
Okay, so I don't believe any of you would ask your mother to sign that lease if she were buying a mobile home. The insurance requirements, even if the county is negligent, it says, I have to defend them. That takes my insurance and uses it and leaves me uninsured. What we ask for is we want a full board meeting without these 3 minutes limits. We're going to call and ask for that.
Thank you.
We'd like to have
Appreciate
that.
it. Thank you. Anybody else in the board chambers want to speak? Come on up.
Good afternoon, Board Chair. Tasha Thompson with the Sheriff's Office. I wanted to speak briefly about the CAO and her resignation. You know, Tiffany is someone that the people know her name. You know, her staff know her name. Our staff know her name, which is very highly unlikely for previous CAOs. She's a leader of the people for sure, all the way down to the line staff. She has something in the sheriff's office that throughout my promotions in leadership roles, she has that same attitude, can do. Call her, she can do it, or she knows someone who can. She never says no, she won't help us. It's not my job. And we need more of that, honestly, at the county level and the county departments. Because, you know, prior to Tiffany taking over leadership here, that was lacking. And I think Lieutenant Morton talked about that a little bit. So we're going to miss you, Tiffany. I appreciate you very much. I appreciate that you're willing to get down in the grind of things. You came over and toured the jail, saw a lot of bad things. And so we're going to miss you. So thank you for your leadership.
Anybody else want to speak? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Well, good afternoon, Board. It's been quite an open forum. Thank you for your attention. Normally, I would talk about 1 mile noticing on cell tower projects or night burning and elevational gradations for CAL FIRE burn permits, or even the Legistar thing. But today, we had a fire near the Lincoln Highway down at Bass Lake. Maybe time to maintain that access from El Dorado Hills. I saw some video of a fire truck coming up the hill on the old Lincoln Highway, and having driven that several times, I do know that there is not adequate 13-foot, 6-inch clearance there. Something to think about down there in District 1. Anyway, and then now we have our caregivers. Just turned 70 the other week, and my sister, who's 77, she's under care. My other sister, 76, she lives in a home. I went and visited her the other day. Oh my God, I will hope I never find myself in one of those facilities. That is not my idea. That's not how my father passed away. He passed away at home with all of us there, along with a caregiver. I can't say enough about their dedication to task. Dedication to task. Tiffany, everybody's saying nice things. I'll join in. You're always nice to me, provided return phone calls, etc. We both have planning backgrounds. Gonna miss you. But it's having seen, I don't know how many CAOs through the time period. Paul McIntosh comes to mind, super CAO, and oh God, all the cartoons in the newspaper. Anyway, this airport thing sounds like we need to take some time on that. I love it. Takeoffs are optional, landings are mandatory. Having been in a light plane crash before, I assure you they are mandatory. I wish we would have done the optional thing on the takeoff.
And Mr. Popejoy, imagine a cell tower next to your house. Well, hopefully we've, as far as making things useless, that's what I was getting at. Anyway, thank you very much. And we'll be back next week.
Thanks, Ken.
Now taking public comment from iPhone. Can you please unmute yourself? We'll go on to the next. Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Oh, I was nervous. That first one was me because I'm also iPhone. Kelly Nalavaya, El Dorado Hills. A resignation is never an easy thing because we know when people start at the top, there's always people beneath them that are also not efficiently doing their job. So we are certainly hoping there will be more transparency to come out and that we can get to the bottom of the dysfunction of the last budget that unfortunately the top of the pack usually takes the brunt for. So for that, I'm sorry that it fell to that. What I really am hoping is that moving forward, we stop this habit of regurgitating people back into that position. Two of you, it's a small town, we're seen having lunch with a individual that we're certainly hoping that is not being considered to come back into that position. We'd like new ideas, a corporate thinker, somebody who works well with our county council. We'd like somebody who has a strong foot when it comes to pulling back if spending needs to be pulled back on. I think there were opportunities missed where the spending got out of control for a reason. Somebody has to be the one to put the gauntlet down. So I really hope that though the public is not necessarily involved with this process of whether it'll be an interim or a permanent CAO in the next month or two or however long it takes, that we really take the time to look outside of the bubble of El Dorado County and within its structure, and that hopefully we'll find somebody new and vibrant and ready to help this county out of some of the messes we're in. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Tara.
Really great open forum, you guys. I'm great. Okay, so a lot to say. Tiffany, I echo what the pilot said. I'm happy to see you go. Tiffany, county is singing your praises. All the county employees the public is not. The public has seen the abandonment, the public misuse, and the egregious problems that the county perpetuated, and that was under your authority. So I Tiffany, you and I could speak for days on what went wrong, and again, I'm going to move on to the next. I just want to say pilots are some of the most rock star smart people. If I had to choose a discussion between anyone, I choose a pilot any day. I don't always, you know me, I've had pilot projects, aviation projects. We're not always on the same page, but we sure speak the same language. No, we don't always think you're the richest people. I dated a pilot during the time and time period of the Ollie North Sandinista Contra struggles. That's all I'm going to say until my book comes out. That's all I'm going to say. But we don't think you're the richest. We do certainly think you're the smartest. Outsourcing legal. Okay, outsourcing legal. Why are we doing that, county? We're paying a fortune for our legal. Taxpayers are paying. You outsource everything. I am an engineer. I've worked with you for 22 years. I had oversight over 12 local agencies. El Dorado County was one of that. El Dorado County or outsourcing or illegal? We've had discussions about this. Taxpayers need to know. You need to be transparent, dollar wise. What are you outsourcing? Why are you outsourcing? And how much money are you outsourcing? Raphael, I agree. We need to be more Raphael and I have the great relationship where I think he's rock star smart. I don't agree with him all the time, but when I show him something, he sees it and he's like on it and he problem solves it. We don't always agree, but I agree with his assessment just now, and transparent and compliant. I lost my thought on that. I had some notes here, but what I want to get to is my main focus, my main discussion here, and I've got 13 seconds left and I'm out of time. So I'm going to come back with AB 35. State projects must meet objective zoning, general plan, and design standards to qualify for streamline review. None of them can meet these. None of them can meet them.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, I'm going to keep bringing this back because I want to hear the board's actually going to start doing something. I want to ask why the board is following the state's blueprint to build stack and pack housing in a way that undermines our communities. The state is not functioning well. We're an embarrassment of the United States. And I don't know why this county board is using policies from the state to implement into our county. So I'm seeing more and more that when planning is renewing or changing general plan policies that are exempting streamlined low income and now mixed use projects from those policies without actually going through the legal planning process for the general plan amendment. I want to know by what legal authority can they exempt those type of projects from the general plan, because it's not in SB 35. The state is not forcing the county to sidestep general plan and health and safety policies and requirements. SB 35 is to streamline a project if the project complies to the policies in the general plan. Since most of the projects that have come through that you've allowed behind doors, because it's not being heard anymore by any community or commission or out in the public, it appears planning is trying to now insert exemptions into those requirements in a way that is not legal. This has come to me because I just reviewed the Oak Woodlands and it's all in that document now. So how can you allow planning to violate our plan by creating exemptions without going through this process? You're sidestepping the opportunity for the board and the public to weigh in on the legal process. Resolution 2011 211 removed the appeal process and decision-making of the Board of Supervisors. I asked, this was done before many of you were on the board. I think you need to repeal that. They've now even, at least in that policy, they let Planning Commission review if it even met SB 35. Now the only one that can say whether a project complies to SB 35 is the planning director. That's what you've created. So you've completely taken out every decision, any opportunity to appeal, even if the project doesn't comply. I've tried to go through that process and was denied. I brought it to the board. You wouldn't help me to clarify that. So I just ask that you repeal that resolution and that you make it clear to the director that all policies, new or old, must require that they comply to the general plan, and there shouldn't be a sub group excluded from the general plan. And I don't know how this is being allowed, and it's being put in all your documents that you're approving, and I'm sure you don't have time to read all of them, but they're in there. And I ask that it stops. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Hi guys, Tracy Doyle, Patriots of El Dorado County Political Action Committee Vice President. I have two requests for updates. The first update we were looking to get is our public health officer position still open? Are we still using the Sacramento County Public Health Officer? because of some state mandate or a law that's requiring coverage. So that's the question. Who's the public health officer acting currently for El Dorado County? And the second is, you guys might recall the sexually or severely violent predator release situation where the state wants to release, I believe his name is Bergie. And they were talking about back in October, I believe, releasing him as homeless. So I've asked in 2 emails for updates from Vern Pearson on that, and he hasn't replied. So my group would like an update on that. And the victim asked me to keep up with this. So it's a little frustrating to not have any answers on that. So it may not be under your authority, but I know we all as a community work together to show up that day for the court hearing, virtually and in person, at the call of our sheriff's office and our DA's office. So the community would like an update on that. Thank you.
Tracy.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. I'm just gonna reach out to the board and any comments that you would like to make.
Yeah, I'm gonna just really quick take a moment to, lots of issues going on in the county. We know that there always will be. And I think that's why, we had so many department heads show up today, leadership in our county show up today to speak on what a great job Tiffany's done with all the things the county is responsible for. I had no idea when I took this job how many things the county is responsible for. I will own that. And how many things are interdepartmental. We used to have our departments were working in silos, things were contentious. And Tiffany, you've really, really broken that down. And we've seen some great strides in certain areas. Others we're still working on, obviously. And we always will. We will always be working on these things. So your resignation has really been weighing heavy on me, quite honestly. And you know that. I've just really appreciated you. And it was said quite often, the empowerment. Because when I've had a couple of things where I'm not sure what to do, you've helped me walk through them so I could address them well, or I think well, the best I could. So thank you for everybody that did come today. I think that was really good for us as a county to hear, because we have to keep on, we have to carry on. And we're going to have to come together to do that. And I really do think that former Supervisor Thomas was spot on. We need to understand and get to the bottom of it, what caused this, because if we have a county leader that is so well respected, yet felt she had no option other than to leave, that is very concerning. And we cannot allow that to happen again. So thank you.
Brooke.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I want to thank the employees that came forward regarding the health in our community and their desires regarding their pay. I just want you to know that, we heard you. To the pilots that are here today, thank you for this document. We'll be looking through it, and I apologize that we don't have a better way for a group like that to come forward, but thank you for being respectful and working within our guidelines. That's appreciated. And yeah, I was absolutely floored when I learned that Tiffany was resigning from her position. I have served on so many boards over so many years, and I have seen tons of executive directors, call them whatever you want, city managers, CAOs, executive directors. This person is in my top 3. And so to all of you that didn't make the list, you know who you are. But I just want you to know that this woman is really quality, and whoever's fortunate enough to get her for the next chapter is incredibly lucky. I also have grave concerns about how this came to be because it was that shocking. We have done a lot of very difficult things in this county, and we worked through some disagreements on the board. But our CAO has just been a stellar of strength for us. She is fair. She cares about the employees. She cares about the county. And ultimately, one of the big reasons why she has shared with me, she made the choice she did was to not drag the county through a mess. And that just goes to show, you know, the kind of leadership that she brings. So I'm with Raphael and I'm with Karen and our department heads that said, if there's anything we can do to change your mind, sign me up. I'm on that list too. We really appreciate your leadership.
Brian, you have anything to say?
Thank you all for your input. Thanks for the comments from the pilots. We take it very seriously. The airports have been a continual challenge for years, and we want to make it better. We really, truly do. So hang in there. We'll be working on it. And again, thanks for all the comments about Tiffany as well. And we wish her well as she moves forward.
Greg?
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge the pilots, and I recognize your issues. I've read your requirements, and we need to fix this. I'll leave it at that. Tiffany, you're the only CAO I've ever worked with, and you've been nothing but great. And you're very well versed in pretty much everything that's going on in the county. You were able to answer all my questions. You were able to mentor me and help me through, you know, what was a very difficult first few months. So I echo my colleagues' statements. You are going to be missed, and if you change your mind, change it.
So I'm going to go last here. And, you know, I understand you guys' concerns. I really do, especially when it comes to airports. And I also understand the union and the low pay that, you know, that you particular people make, which is not right. It really is. So I think we need to pull together and look at it and see what we can do. I know we've been trying, especially with all the different unions and stuff, but Tiffany, I just want to say thank you for everything. You know, she has been a rock star, in my opinion, because the department heads were out of control with the last CAO. The last CAO was basically micromanaging the departments. Tiffany brought all the departments together so we could be good for this county, for the future of this county. And for all the things that I've brought prior with the last CAO that I could never get done. But Tiffany has been standing beside me, especially the letters that I wrote to the president to bring logging back, the support of our congressman, also Title 25. She's been very supportive on it. When I've had other ones in the past say, well, they didn't have no insurance, that's on them. That's not right. It's not fair, but she has been a workforce, especially bringing everything together to help the residents of Grizzly Flat and Karen and me to make this happen. So I want to appreciate everything you have done in this county. And you know, she doesn't toot her horn for everything she does. She doesn't take credit for everything she does. But there's a list here that I put together of all the things she accomplished. It's amazing, is really is what it is. And I just want to thank you, and you're going to be missed. And, you know, we could change your mind by, you know, put a ball and chain on you, keep you here. So anyway, thank you for everything. I totally appreciate everything that you've done for me, especially because I had a hard time getting agenda items through in the past. And she's been very supportive on them. So thank you for that. Okay. Anybody else? You want to say something?
If I can without. It's hard to hear kind things. I am humbled and honored to work with. I mean, you're seeing it. It's not me. It's your people. So I can't even begin to express the gratitude, the kind words, and the opportunity to serve my county. Sorry, I can't be eloquent right now. I can barely get words out. Just, I'm the lucky one. And anything that I've done has not been my doing. It's just this amazing team that you have. And that goes all the way down to your frontline staff. And they are often, not appreciated for the things that they do. It's hard work. And we'll get the airports figured out at some point. It's on the list. Yeah, and just thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that concludes open forum. So we'll move to item 22, environmental management.
5-minute break.
Oh, let's take a 5-minute break, yeah, and then we'll move to that. All right, we're back from our break and we'll move to item 22, environmental management trash lanes.
Item 22 is a hearing from Environmental Management Department recommending the board, one, conduct a hearing to consider the annual report of delinquent mandatory refuse collection fees for South Tahoe Refuse Company, and two, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution confirming the annual report. So is there, Turnbull, could you please open up the hearing?
All right, so I'll open up the public hearing.
Good afternoon, board. Once again, Jeff Warren, Director for Environmental Management. I am here today to discuss the mandatory refuse collection program in Lake Tahoe Basin and the associated lien process for delinquent accounts for South Tahoe Refuse. October 1972, El Dorado County voters passed a mandatory collection ordinance for all residential units in the unincorporated Lake Tahoe Basin. The ordinance aimed to reduce illegal disposal, expand recycling and yard waste programs, ensure state regulatory compliance, and establish consolidated collection rates. The board adopted two key ordinances since then. In 1991, Ordinance 3214 established property owners' responsibility for mandatory refuse collection rates. 1999, Ordinance 4525 created the lien hearing process for accounts delinquent more than 90 plus days. The lien process addresses the large number of delinquent accounts that were affecting overall collection rates. It provides a bad debt collection mechanism that aligns rates with actual expenses without bad debt distortion. Since this implementation, on average, there's 50% decrease in delinquent accounts over the last 8 years, 45% reduction in total delinquent balances over the same period. It prevented over $117,000 in bad debt write-offs between 2016 and 2024, and has helped stabilize refuse collection rates. South Tahoe Refuse makes extensive efforts to collect past due bills before initiating liens, including courtesy letters and telephone calls. This year's timeline is May 13th. The possible lien hearings notices were sent by certified mail. June 9th, appeal hearing notices mailed to delinquent account holders. June 24th, there was an appeal hearing conducted in South Lake Tahoe Environmental Management offices, which no appeals were received. July 11th, final lien proceedings and notices mailed to remaining delinquent accounts. And finally, July 16th was the final cutoff date for delinquent payments to South Tahoe Refuse. Environmental Management recommends that the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign the resolution confirming the annual report of delinquent mandatory refuse collection fees for South Tahoe Refuse Company, establishing the delinquent amounts as special assessments and providing for collection in the same manner as the county's ad valorem property taxes per the county's solid waste management ordinance. If you have any other questions, Jeff Tillman from South Tahoe Refuse is on Zoom if you have
All right.
specific questions.
So I'll bring it back to the board. Any questions or comments? Yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We're now taking public comments specifically regarding item number 22. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
So anybody in the boardroom would like to speak on this item, come on up.
I am Bruce Davis. I'm here representing our family trust that's owned a lot in Tahoe Paradise for 60 plus years. And we're here to pay again our fee for nothing. We don't use the service. Never have. Don't anticipate that we ever will. We think it's a taking. You're taking another $500 plus in the 60 years we've owned the lot. I don't know how many thousands it's been. There's your money for nothing. I guess you didn't learn anything when you went to the Supreme Court, and there has to be an essential nexus to a fee. There has to be a rough proportionality to a fee. There isn't. You got 3 different third parties that measure our gas, our electric, our water usage, that we can demonstrate that we don't use garbage service. Never have, never will. We're not going to plan our time when we can spend at our cabin around when pickup day is and have it out before 5 and then bring it back, before sundown or some ridiculous rule. You know, so I get 3 minutes. I guess the only way that we're gonna resolve this is file in federal court for takings. You know, you didn't learn in a 9-0 decision with justices that were put on the Supreme Court by both parties. They agreed. You know, they said, what you're doing with traffic fees is wrong. It's the same thing with the garbage fees. It's wrong. You won't correct it. I've been here year after year after year, and we still pay for nothing. It's ridiculous. And now we have 2 obnoxiously colored cans that we have to store on our quarter acre. And even though they're unused, they don't belong to us. We didn't ask for them, but we have to have them and we have to store them. It's, again, the only way it's going to get it resolved before the next generation moves on, which will be our 3rd generation, is to sue you. It's ridiculous. It's an easy solution. You know, take some time, look at it, correct it. There, your department mate is still showing additional errors. The notice I got says that our cabin's on Cherry Hill Circle. It's not. It's on Bakersfield Street where it's always been.
Yeah, thank you.
Chair, I think maybe Jeff with environmental management might need to make a few statements because we're not in the position to be able to accept his check as the county is not the one that would take in the check for
okay.
El Dorado South Tahoe.
Yeah. The letters that were distributed to the account holders specifically stated that they had to make their accounts whole by July 16th to South Tahoe Refuse before the hearing, and the cutoff date was passed, and we received the final lien list on July 18th from South Tahoe Refuse, which included all the parcels listed in the Exhibit A. And the cutoff, the schedule is listed in the one of the other.
County Council,
Yeah.
can you help us with this?
The account is listed for under South Tahoe Refuse, and the check is made out to El Dorado County, which makes it difficult because we cannot cash the check and pass it through to South Tahoe Refuse. The check could only be acceptable if it was being on the property taxes and made paying the taxes through El Dorado County.
I have no reason to disagree. I think the gentleman does this every year. He should know the process. And frankly, if he's issued the check to the wrong entity, we have no ability to collect it at this point. So the consequence will be that his property will be listed on the resolution indicating there's a lien for non-payment of mandatory refuse collection fees.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is if the check were made out to South Tahoe Refuse and he turned it into us, would that take care of it even or no? Is it too late?
It appears from what I just heard that would be too late.
Okay, just checking.
Okay. All right.
I'll have to give you, I don't know if I'm going to process it.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Jeff. All right.
And so we now move to public comment online.
Yeah.
Now taking public comment from 390. Can you unmute yourself, 390? Can you unmute?
Good afternoon, Board. This is Ken Greenwood. I'm reading over this, and yeah, you've covered the basics through the years. The mandatory vote back in 1972. Sadly, things like this take on a bit overbearing at times, if you will. If you're not creating this, you don't need this service. It's a little hard to imagine being forced to pay for it. I guess that's all I have to say, really. it's, you know, nobody wants garbage everywhere, and the bear boxes have been and now they're useless apparently. But they were forced on everybody. This seems to be the wrong way to do trash. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, so I'm gonna close the public hearing, bring it back to the board.
You want, seriously, do you want to take it or you want me to take it?
Oh,
You-
sorry.
I know.
I was trying to catch up on other aspects of.
Right.
It's, you know, I understand your complaint. You and I have spoken before. I live in the area and reside in the area and pay for 2 different properties to have mandatory pickup. This is something we've been doing in the basin for 50+ years now. And I do look forward to seeing you every year with your check in hand. And I'm happy to help you get that paid with South Tahoe Refuse. Help you with that, okay? With that being said, I'll go ahead and ask to approve the item before us.
I'll second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. The board now will recess into closed session to hear items 24 through 26, 28, and 29 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time. Please open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comment on closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I want to speak to 28 and 29, which were added by addendum to the closed session. I didn't get a chance in open forum to make my comments about Tiffany's leaving. I've known you during your whole career here. I remember being in your office, talking about subjects that were important to you at the time and to me, and always finding that those conversations were very beneficial. I noticed that you were tearing up and those words don't come out of your mouth like you want them to, like you're thinking that they should. But I still believe that that in itself is an example of your caring. And so in that regard, we are going to miss you. I'm glad to hear so much support for you, especially with a wide array of people. All of them are very diverse in their own respect, certainly leaving us with some good thoughts about how this has been handled and how you do love this county. Those are my comments. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. And I don't know if it was appropriate to do it under these 2 items, but it was my only way to be able to do something that I could have done in open forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Anybody else in the board chambers like to speak on this item? No, see none, so let's go to Zoom participants, please, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Yeah, Ken Greenwood here. So thank you, Chris. That was good. And yeah, 28, 29, tough shoes to fill, apparently. Again, having seen so many chief administrative officers through the years of various capabilities and stature, if you will, and willingness to serve the public and not the government. Anyway, I'm curious on item 25, why this is being heard in Placer County Superior Court instead of El Dorado County. Because I don't see a real tie between the two. A little bit of background and explanation of that might help others out there who are afraid to call in. Who knows? That should do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor, just on 29, just to ask that when you choose a new CAO, that it's a transparent process that the public can, maybe if you have it open for applications, people can see the applications, and maybe you consider somebody that, so many times we feel like when we get a new CEO, we have to sit and start all over with what our culture, customs, general plan, way of life, all those things. We have, so many people that come that don't know all that history, and it just takes years sometimes to get them to a point where they're meeting a rural county's needs and not just looking to an urban type building out the county kind of need. So I just ask that you consider that the CAO is more conducive and not abusive to the public and community. Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and recess to closed session.
3 o'clock item. Yeah, we have 3 o'clock.
No, we go ahead.
We do have some time constraints with some of the participants.
Yeah.
Stand by.
closed session? Okay. Closed session, any report out?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board met in closed session for item number 25. There is no action to report out.
Okay. All right, so we'll move to our 3 o'clock item. Hang on just a minute. Which will be planning and building urgency ordinance, zoning ordinance amendment for Oaks.
Item number 23 is a hearing from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, Long Range Planning Unit, recommending the board consider the proposed amendments of the zoning ordinance, Oak Resources Conservation, and staff recommending the board take the following actions as recommended by the Planning Commission. 1, adopt the addendum to the county 2017 Biological Resource Policy Update and Oak Resources Management Plan Final EIR. 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign urgency ordinance consisting of interim regulations on oak trees, defensible space, and insurance requirements. And 3, approve and authorize the chair to sign an ordinance to amend chapter 130.39, including authorization corresponding amendments to the Oak Resources Management Plan. So as a Turnbull, can you please open up the public hearing?
Open up the public hearing.
Good afternoon, Tom Purcell with Long Range Planning. Do we have the presentation ready? All right. Well, again, just to kick off this item, I'm Tom Purcell, a senior planner with a Long Range Planning Unit. Also with me is Thea Graybill, the acting Long Range Planning Manager. If there are any other questions, of course, we have Rob, our Deputy Director of Planning here in the room, as well as our department head, Karen Gardner as well. So we're all here on deck if any of you folks have any questions or concerns as we move through. Again, before I begin, the purpose of this item was not a wholesale overhaul of the Oak Ordinance, but to focus on some targeted fixes, first designated by the board in 2021. So this has been a multi-year effort, and a lot of folks have been involved to push these amendments forward. Before I begin, I would, since this has been a multi-year effort, I would like to give thanks to Brian Gradich and the Dudek Consulting Firm for their diligence and assistance with crafting these various Oak amendments. And their expertise and knowledge of state law has been invaluable. I'd also like to thank staff from the Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resiliency for their assistance on helping us to align our proposed amendments with state and local fire safe regulations as well. And there have been a lot of other folks that we want to thank just in general, including county staff who have helped Thea and I test run some of these amendments and explore how they could be implemented even at the front counter level before we even move too far. So thanks again to all those folks. I'd also like to orient folks that are watching to the various items for these amendments. The Legistar Attachment C, which is an amendment summary table. That's a good at-a-glance approach that staff put together to look in chronological order at what those focused amendments are and basically what they would do, rather than just looking at all the strikeouts and underlines in the text. The attachment D as in David is the track change, red font, underline and strikeout amendments themselves. Attachment E as in Edward is a clean version of the ordinance amendments. Attachment F is the draft urgency ordinance, which we'll talk about for immediate adoption of specific fire safe and insurance related components. Attachment G is the draft environmental documents. That's the addendum to the 2017 biopolicies EIR as it was read into the item. And then attachment H is a copy of this presentation if folks want to refer to it. Now, next slide. So as this has been a multi-year effort beginning in 2021, these are the board's goals for the focused updates to Chapter 13039, the Oak Resources Conservation Zoning Ordinance, as given to staff and consultants. So just quickly, it was focused to clarify applicability to public lands, for example, how oak removal on county-sponsored projects would be processed. For example, DOT projects for bridge widening that might require oak removal. That's been clarified. The board directed us to update the heritage tree definition for clarification since it was confusing, and that has been updated for current with best industry practice. The board also directed staff to clarify in lieu fees for oak woodlands versus individual trees, simplify that process. Also clarified the mitigation security deposit process. The board directed us to review personal use and single family parcel exemptions and clarify those. Also consider a standalone oak removal permit for all oak related impacts. So that would be from subdivision required improvements all the way to backyard pool permits that require oak removal. And then the board also directed staff and consultants to look at impacts from other types of permits, such as septic permits that might impact oak resources as well. Next slide. So by way of background, as this has been a multi-year process, for space, this slide just summarizes the most recent activities during this calendar year. In fact, up to 2024, the Planning Commission did hold a public workshop to explore these proposed zoning ordinance amendments and did provide some valuable feedback. However, in just last year, the commission recommended that these proposed amendments come forward as a package without too many updates. So they did inform this year's activities. Starting with this year, the board did hold a public workshop again to review the preliminary amendments. While the board supported those amendments, the board also directed staff to explore 2 additional potential exemptions. So staff returned to the board in June of this year with informational updates on those proposed exemptions. And at that time, the board directed staff to not pursue those additional exemptions at this time and to expedite the proposed ordinance amendments in front of them, especially the new or expanded fire safe and insurance related exemptions. So that's what we have before you today. Next slide. I did want to get into a little bit of the meat of the ordinance updates. This slide shows us the proposed exemptions for oak removal that attempt to do the best we can to balance the need for oak resources preservation with also allowing responsible removal of oak resources for these particular circumstances, especially with the heightened awareness of fire season now approaching. So the exemptions there for, again, for trees less than 6 inches at 4 feet high, trees that are damaged by natural disasters. So if a tree is struck by lightning, falls, succumbs to a flood, those trees are exempt. That removal can happen. That also includes defensible space activities. In fact, the defensible space piece was added to the proposed urgency ordinance so that those pieces might take effect immediately. We also have exemptions for county road projects. That clarifies that DOT tree removal piece. We also have exemptions for public utility construction and maintenance. That's similar to the current code, just with more clarifications. We also have some mitigation exemptions. What that means is those next 3 bullets do not require fee payment or replanting. However, they do require county oversight due to historic difficulties with enforcement. Also, folks with code enforcement cases were inadvertently removing hillsides of healthy native oaks. So to try to provide balance with protecting the oak resources, but also to allow those pieces to be removed as quickly, to process as quickly as possible. The county is going to be looking at administrative permits for insurance removal and for those other options. And regarding insurance removal, the county does want the opportunity to take a day or 2 at the counter and look at the documents to make sure that the parcel is identified, the area of oak trees is identified, just some basic information is covered. That would be processed by an administrative permit, and the county has committed to taking a week or less for all insurance-related administrative permits, and also the county is committed to reducing the cost as much as is possible to get those insurance-related permits in and out. So it might even be possible to turn those around within a business day or 2, but that's highly parcel and circumstance specific. So those are definitely on our radar. And then also for admin permits for personal use or removal of dead, dying, or diseased trees that are not close to a structure. Next slide. Oh, so this slide provides a summary of the proposed amendments that are on that amendment summary table. Again, an ordinance amendment for county projects, an exemption for county projects, updates for consistency with state and county laws. We did clarify mitigation fee calculation and methodology to make it easier to read and understand. We did remove the existing exemption for existing parcels that cannot be further subdivided. That was a strong consultant recommendation based on the fact that El Dorado County is the only jurisdiction that they were aware of that had such an exemption, and also because of the difficulty of enforcement. For example, since the time of the Oak Ordinance installation, the state has created a series of new laws that allow ministerial small lot subdivisions, administrative, if you will, down to just a few thousand square feet in qualifying cases. So that was becoming a significant challenge for enforcement and to even track what is allowed for the smallest subdivision size. Because when it comes down to it, as I've heard from other staff, parcel splits and the possibility of future parcel splits can be as different as one's own fingerprints. Because every parcel has its own creation history, size, configuration. And so it was just not practical to keep that small parcel exemption in place. The other changes, we did update the definition of heritage tree to resolve measurement challenges with multi-trunk trees. So that definition was updated consistent with best management practices recommended by the DUDEC biologist. We also created administrative permits for all development activities impacting oaks. So basically under the proposed amendments, all activities removing oaks, whether they're subdivision improvement plans or a backyard swimming pool permit, all of those would have to have an admin permit on file with the county for purposes of tracking and accurately capturing the oak mitigation that's required for those types of plans. So we have one permit type for all development activities. And then we have one of the biggest changes was clarifications and reorganizations for ease of use. There were a lot of duplicative and confusing provisions of the existing ordinance, and so many of those were clarified throughout the document. Next slide. So this proposed, as mentioned earlier, some of the fire safe and insurance related components are proposed in the draft urgency ordinance in front of you. Those include provisions to adopt exemption language for fire safe activities, an exemption for removal of hazardous vegetation, that is dead, dying, or diseased trees within the defensible space area around existing structures, and also an exemption, a permit exemption, a mitigation exemption, I should say, for insurance required oak removal, meaning that the county does want to have oversight, even if it only takes a day or two, as our goal, to verify that insurance is really dictating that 20 oak trees come out and where they are. We just want to make sure that there's no misuse of that exemption and see how that goes. So that's those pieces would be added to the urgency ordinance. So those pieces there would be effective immediately upon board execution of the amendments. Then the balance of the other amendments on the previous slide would take effect 30 days after the date of board action, which would likely be today. Next slide. So this shows the timeline for adoption of the ordinance, how that would look moving forward with today's hearing at the top. So again, the fire safe components would take effect immediately upon board adoption and execution of those two of the ordinances. And then the balance of the amendments for the other changes would take effect on August 22nd, which would be 30 days from today's date. Next slide. So with that, and also I'd like to say that the Planning Commission did agree to forward their recommendation unanimously to the board. So there was no dissenting opinion on the Planning Commission with what we're bringing forward as a package today to your board. So staff basically recommends the board adopt the draft environmental document, the addendum to the 2017 biological resources policy update as read into the record, EIR. And also adopt the draft ordinance for adopting the amendments to chapter 130.39, as well as the draft urgency ordinance for immediate adoption of the designated fire safe and insurance-related exemptions as presented on item today. That being said, staff are also working on rollout tools immediately to help expedite the implementation of the new ordinance. And so in response to board and public questions as to how this will roll out, there is an existing website that will be updated as immediately as possible with the pertinent information and a list of frequently asked questions, especially those regarding oak removal for the benefit of the public, the fire safe officials or other interested parties, so that we have all that information out there as soon as it gets rolled out. I'd also like to note that in the past week or so, we have had additional conversations with individual board members who have requested some additional minor edits or clarifications upon rollout. We do have those proposed minor edits and clarifications spooled up on a separate document if the board would like to review and consider those as well. So with that, that concludes our presentation, but we'd be happy to answer any questions.
So when you're talking about heritage oaks, the live oak is still there, the scrub oak is still protected. Am I right? Because this is one of the biggest issues that we've had is the removal of them, because we have the valley oak, we have the red oak, we got the white oak, we got the black oak that should be protected, but the live oak is a scrub oak. And that's where the problem was. You're talking about these wildfires, and you just said 6 inches or less, but only 4 feet high. A lot of this live oak or scrub oaks are a lot higher than 4 feet.
That it's at 4 feet, the 6 inches. So
Yeah, with the measurement, but it's still, I just, this is one of the things that we asked for, is you eliminate and look at the live oak and to eliminate it. Other counties, Amador County's only got the blue oak, period. We're the most highly restricted counties when it comes to oak trees. And that was one of the things that we had you look at to see what we could do to bring, you know, some kind of compromise, especially when we're talking about these scrub oaks and live oaks. But we're still not there, it seems like to me.
Chair Turnbull, respectfully, we came back to you in, I believe it was June. So last month, we came to you with our research on that topic, as well as the topic of tree removal around roads. And we found that it would cost a significant amount of money and take a significant amount of time. And so what the board directed us to do at that time, a month ago, was to not do that now, that effort now, which would be to exempt live oaks or exempt oak tree removal around roads, but to table that for when we look more comprehensively at our general plan, which is hopefully, you know, within the next couple of years, hopefully we'll kick off that process.
Next couple of years, okay.
And then the direction last month was to expedite the ordinance that's currently in front of you. And so we followed board direction.
All right.
So if there's some roadside clearance things that are asked by insurance companies or in a Firewise plan, or those things are going to be included. So that could cover a lot of your concerns, is what we're trying to figure out, how to address these concerns without having to spend a lot of money on EIRs. And I think that staff came up with a pretty good solution with the urgency ordinance part of it. So we will pass that hopefully today, and we'll see if it kind of gets us to where we want to go. That's the best we could do without spending a lot of money that we don't have.
Yeah, I'm just concerned, that's all.
Well,
Because
and staff heard us,
And
they tried to
I
address it
totally
for us.
understand, yeah, but I think it would have been really simplified if we
But you
just
can't,
eliminated that one.
Yeah.
but you can't simplify it without opening up
The EIR, yeah.
the EIR, which is a couple $100,000 and a couple of years worth of work, so.
So
Yeah, and I don't want you to think, we did hear you, and this is the best, you know, this is what we've come up with. We understand your concerns.
And it might just get us where we need to be. So in an urgency way, even faster, honestly.
All right.
So cross your fingers that it works, urgent.
Okay. Any other comments from board members? I'm done, so.
No, I think staff has done a good job with getting us to where we need to be, given the handcuffs that we put on ourselves a few years back. So,
Yeah.
And unfortunately, some of that was my fault, but anyway, shame on you. So
I know. We won't go there again, trust me. But this allows the resident property owner to do what necessary, either per the insurance company or per the defensible space, and us and utilities to do what they need to do, remove things, because it gives those exemptions.
Yeah. And Thea, thank you for sharing your document here on the screen there. I kind of, when I had my briefing with you guys, just for peace of mind, I think, because sometimes people get turned in by a neighbor for cutting down a tree, let's say. I said, well, what if a person cuts something down thinking that it fits an exemption? They're not required to have a permit. Should they self-document, quite honestly, for their own protection? And so I appreciate you guys picking up on that. And so I think that's what this language, this first one is kind of here for, right?
Yeah. So we have individual briefings with supervisors, and what is up on the screen now, and understanding that, those are just individual supervisors. So we really wanted to bring these proposed additional changes in front of the entire board to, get concurrence basically, or an understanding of, does the full board support these amendments? So we have, I believe it's maybe 4 additional minor tweaks to the zoning ordinance, or the Oak Conservation Resources Ordinance. And Tom, do you want to maybe walk through what those 4 are and kind of explain our thinking there?
Yeah, so we have the ordinance and proposed ordinance clarifications, as they're more of just for purposes of common understanding. There have been no substantive changes. This summarizes the location in the draft ordinances where those changes would fall, where they would be integrated. The first one would be under our list of exemptions. As we heard from individual board members, it was important to clarify what a permit exemption means, and that means that county permission is not required. And that includes for the fire defensible space, dead, dying, or disease tree exemption. So although no county permit is required, if a fire safe clearance requires removal of dead trees around existing structure, planning staff recommends that those trees get documented. And in fact, in the ordinance, it's recommended that we get when you have an inspection with a defensible space inspector, perhaps from our OWOPR office or others, we recommend that homeowners save those documents for submittal to planning and building for the record, just to confirm that the removal of the dead, dying, and diseased trees in those areas was exempted, and that there was no inadvertent removal of a sudden healthy large live oak tree somewhere. So again, we recommend that we added this language just to remind folks that that property owner documentation is strongly encouraged. And then we also added clarification from other comments that would point folks as to where they could find more information on the insurance removal mitigation exemption and what section to go on the bottom, so that they don't have to read through 20 pages of ordinance to find it. Then the next section just qualifies more information on the insurance recommended oak removal piece. That's where property owners would not have to pay a fee or replant oak trees, but the county would process a quick turnaround admin permit for those pieces. And so this clarifies what a qualified professional is that could certify oak removal as needed for insurance purposes. It's not necessarily required. There's an option to have documentation from a property owner's insurance agent or company as well. But this just clarifies who can certify that that oak removal is legitimate based on one of these two purposes, and just adds additional clarifying language to what an insurance removal involves. For example, the insurance, an insurance company might require a removal of a hazardous oak tree that is about to fall on a structure. That may or may not be directly related to wildfire, but we wanted to clarify that could include more than just dead, dying, or diseased trees, or trees near a structure. And this would show that those changes would be integrated into the mitigation section as shown.
So I got a question to ask, and this is the question I asked before, because we've had issues with homeowners, especially when the insurance company requires them to take out this certain tree. Then they got to hire an arborist, like you're saying, or not have to hire an arborist. If it does have to happen, what is the turnaround? Especially with a permit, if they have to have a permit.
You said if it does or does not require an arborist.
Well,
If they go
there-
through the arborist process?
well, if they have to, you were saying dead and dying trees, they don't require an arborist, correct? Am I correct or not?
Correct. Well, we're speaking about insurance required oak removal, if that's what you're speaking of. So for
Right.
example, under item B on the screen,
Uh-huh.
where it says written documentation from the property owner's insurance company required. That's all we need for the admin permit is what it says there in the code under that option. So if the owner was not able to get to hook up with an arborist or a qualified professional, they could also get a document from their insurance company that would do the same thing. So they don't need to go and pay for an arborist if one is not available or costs too
Right.
much.
And that was one of the biggest problems before, with a lot of the property owners, is going out and looking for an arborist to be able to certify it because they only had 5 days. And then the insurance companies end up canceling because they
Well,
didn't get it done in
Okay,
time.
so just to clarify, the language on the screen says or, so you can either get a qualified professional, say your insurance company sends you one of those dreaded letters, which I think we've all maybe got them or experienced someone that
Oh, yeah,
has
definitely.
gotten one, and maybe helped them through that process. I have with my parents. So, you get that dreaded letter, you're stressed out, you might not go route A, which is getting a qualified professional. But what you could do is go route B, which is on the screen, which is just coming to the county with the written documentation that hopefully explains the situation, which is that you need to remove trees, and maybe says that some of those trees are oak trees, and says where those trees are potentially. And what we have kind of run to ground internally is that our permit staff have committed to reviewing those as quickly as possible, and prioritizing those. And I think that they have said that would take a pretty quick turnaround in short amount of time. At maximum a week, but they are committed to a day or two. They don't think it's going to take much time at all
You see,
to turn those around.
And that's where my problem is. A week, you said, but I would like to see it
That-
within 1 or 2 days because the insurance companies only allow 5 days. A lot of them are, or they're going to get canceled. So
Yeah, I think that would be the goal, a day or two. I think the week is just in case someone is on vacation or has a sick parent or something that's extreme that doesn't allow staff to do that. But I think staff is, we have had those conversations internally up front before we're even bringing this in front of you. And so I know staff is very aware of the situation and would do everything to process these permits as quickly as possible.
right, okay. Okay. Anybody else?
Are those the only changes? Did we already look at them all?
B
before?
is another one.
There's another one.
Yeah, on D4, B was for hazardous
The
natural
hazardous
condition.
natural condition.
Yeah, because
Mhm.
it's not just wildfires, there could be other reasons.
Okay, so that was added. Okay. Is that all of them?
I think it is.
Okay.
All right, so I guess we'll open it up to public comment. Come on up, Chris.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item number 23. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press star 9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, I'm going to represent Patterson Ranch Fire Safe Council. As I told you when I was here before this effort now has occurred, and also I wanted to let you know that I did go to the Planning Commission and make comments at the Planning Commission related to this item. I believe staff has done what you asked them to do, but that doesn't always mean it turns out that everything you wanted them to do or the details related to it are actually the same thing. So I hear you talking back and forth now about, is the work done? Is it not done? And they're presenting, yes, we've done what you want. I did that $500,000 CAL FIRE grant about 4 or 5 years ago. It was before OWOPR existed, so they didn't exist. And it was after the board took action and we had a vegetation management ordinance. A fiscal sponsor, because I'm not a 501c3 nonprofit, I have no ability to generate my own income related to the work. I had to, with getting the grant, the $500,000 grant, I needed a physical sponsor. So I went to the Resource Conservation District. And the Resource Conservation District essentially managed then the project. And all I had to do was provide on the ground work related to making sure that what the contractor was doing was appropriate and followed what the original grant application was asked for them to do, which in this case was fuel reduction, roadside clearance, and single tree removal. So county was not involved at all related to that process. Now, under this situation, the county will be involved administratively. From a practical perspective, I don't understand what the county's needing to be involved. If you have the Resource Conservation District, if we follow the CWPP, which is essentially the report that establishes the work that needs to be done within these districts. I'm talking about the fire reduction areas. I don't know why we need to get the county involved. I understand the county needs to be involved. Talk to staff. We need to be involved. But I still don't know from a practical perspective. Maybe you can help me, Brian, why the county needs to do what they're saying that they're going to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Anybody else in the boardroom want to speak on this item? Let's go to Zoom participants, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, this modified version of the Oak Woodlands creates so many, oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes,
can we start over? I had my speakers plugged in. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
This modified version of the Oak Woodlands creates so many conflicting factors with the general plan, the ordinance, and the resolution that I don't even know where to start. The resolution states that this action is exempt from CEQA, yet you are adopting an amendment to the EIR. I think the county has been sued on this policy at least 3 times and lost each time. The last time I was told the county was to come up with a woodland corridor in which mitigation funds would be contributed to, and that the American River Conservancy was to be the organization to facilitate that action with the county. How many of those lawsuits were covered in this revision? I also want to know, where is that corridor where mitigation funds are being contributed to? Are we violating a nexus if we're collecting fees and we don't have a place that they're supposed to be allocated? The resolution states that the provision of this ordinance shall govern. And then if you look at the ordinance, it says it is not intended by this chapter to repeal, annul, or any way impair interfere with existing provisions of other laws or ordinances. The operation of this chapter shall in no way change or diminish the application of other ordinances in the code dealing with like or similar matters. This policy could be so simplified. I would go back to the original language of the general plan and the public could get to where you want to be for the simple residential property owner. Instead, what you're doing is making it more and more convoluted for the general public, causing many to remove their trees illegally while opening up the opportunity for larger developers to eliminate oak woodlands for their projects, along with sidestepping mitigation and objective standards required for low-income housing. There are 4 locations in this. What I brought up during open forum is how planning is using these policies to sidestep the requirements for low-income housing to be compatible to objective standards in the general plan. You're making policies separate from the standards for those projects, which is not in compliance with the objective standards concept. So I will tell you the ones that they've changed. It's in 130.39070 B6A1 and B6B, B6B2, and on page 13, number 1, you reduce mitigation for those projects to 200%. How do you do that? So I want to know who has the legal right, who's behind modifying, adding that into this policy. Did you request for that to be done? And who's directing this? And by what legal right can those projects be exempted from these requirements? Because it's not in the requirements. I don't know if you gave them direction to, because you keep saying you don't want to follow the state's objectives, but you are when you are seeing these things put into these policies. So I asked that those be removed, and they are met. They're supposed to meet the
Thank you,
same
Sue.
objectives as
Thank you,
everyone
Sue.
else. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Ken Greenwood here, Triple Johnson. Boy, what a nightmare. Sorry. Or as I believe Stan used to say, here's another mess you got us into, Ollie. But I fear that we may have overstepped here, but I am appreciative of the fact that maybe we get to work and get some fire clearance done along roads in people's yards without them worrying about being fined, being ratted on by their neighbors, et cetera, et cetera. Hopefully this will provide an avenue to do all that and more, and hopefully we can get the long range issues taken care of, and hopefully we haven't overstepped the bounds of our abilities in adoption of this particular ordinance. So hopefully it'll be resolved in the next couple of months so we can get to work. Thank you very much. Staff's done a yeoman's job on this, getting it through the process. The hearings have been educational and enlightening. And hopefully we'll get our way through this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Kim Beal.
Hi, Kim Beal, property owner and resident in Cameron Park. I agree with you, Supervisor Turnbull. I would like to see the preservation of live oaks removed from our ordinance, our local ordinance. They aren't attractive, they are invasive, and shoot, when the leaves hit the ground, don't go barefooted trying to walk on them. I just don't see why we'd want to protect those particular trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Hi, Kelly Nellavai, El Dorado Hills. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Okay. I've never called in through my car speaker. So anyway, I hope my comment's not redundant, repetitive, or maybe if it is, then it even is more important. I just got back online. I appreciate the efforts that we are in today's climate with our insurance companies, putting these requirements onto people. It's certainly not a choice. Many of us have to keep a tree or lose our homeowner's insurance. And to me, it's just very logical. If it could be verified that a tree is certainly dead or fallen down, that just seems, again, logical without using resources. I do have a question on how this will be addressed because it's kind of sensitive. In my research, my understanding is there have been people in the past and even currently that have incurred, very, very high fines regarding some of these OAP ordinances. And there may even be people still in the dockets that were trying to mitigate or litigate, whatever. They've had fines on the records. So how do we handle that situation of prior to the ordinance and after the ordinance in order to be obviously fair for those who were impacted when there wasn't this ordinance, and that happens, but that there also may be situations where there were people that whether they were waiting to knew this was on the docket and thought, okay, well, it's going to get dropped and I won't have to pay my fines, and then that's kind of unfair too. So I'm just curious to know how that'll be handled. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Kelly.
There is no additional public comment.
All right. So can you answer some of the questions that Kelly asked?
Sure, I'll start. Tom Purcell, Long Range Planning. So again, the first question I heard was when would these changes become effective? So that's the two pieces that we're looking at. The urgency ordinance fire safe components would take effect immediately.
Okay.
And then the balance of the amendments would again take effect in 30 days from today's action. So I think that answers the timing question. Some of the code process is based on current practice of the code unit. And so that's not something that staff could respond to in detail at this time. But generally, per Article 1 of our zoning ordinance, the rules in effect at the time of the violation or the permit action to the county are generally the rules that follow through. I can't speak to how that might happen with existing code cases, but a lot of it depends on when and how code cases get reported.
I'll just add on to that we are actually doing a mini staff training tomorrow. Code enforcement staff are included in that training, and just to go through very briefly, if this were to be adopted today, to go through what has changed. And then we're going to be doing a more detailed training in a couple weeks after that. And so we do plan on, the implementation piece or the enforcement piece of this is, where it gets challenging and kind of fun. And so we are going to be doing internal trainings, and then updating our website and those types of things. And code enforcement is an integral part of those trainings.
And just to follow up on that, I mean, like we said at the beginning of the presentation, these amendments were targeted to specific fixes. So in general, most folks will probably not notice a difference, including folks that might be in the unfortunate situation of a code enforcement case. Most of those processes have not changed, will not be changing under these amendments. For example, we've added more clarification to point folks toward our code enforcement chapter of county code, just to clarify that the process is the same, and it is in current practice today, and it will be tomorrow. So with a few exceptions that we will dial in, most code enforcement will continue on the same path that it is now. Staff doesn't anticipate any wholesale changes. That's all I can say, I think, at this point.
Okay. All right.
Sue had a question as well about the 200%, 100%, 50% table. That's from the original ordinance and has not been modified in this process.
Correct. So the existing language for affordable housing mitigation reductions is not changing. It has been reorganized, but the text is not changing. So that what is in effect today will still be in effect tomorrow.
If I may,
Hey, Rob.
Mr. Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rob Peters. I just wanted to, we can certainly have a conversation with code enforcement. If there are enforcement activities that are currently underway that would have been, potentially an outcome that would have been different, we don't have that latitude to make a decision related to that, but we're certainly happy to have discussions if there's any reasonability and what latitude they have to maybe reduce fines or reduce how they might resolve a situation under those circumstances. The other piece I wanted to add to the discussion that Tom was having, or the responses, was that the fire safe activities are not required to have a permit through the county. So when we're talking about and this is WUI fire safe plans, community wildfire protection plans. So some of the comments I think that Mr. Payne was describing, our intent is not to have a permit related to those, that those are within the realm of our exemptions from both permit requirements and from the mitigation requirements. It's the insurance ones where we're particularly where individual property owners are responding to an insurance type of a response, where we're trying to track that a little bit in more detail. But there's plenty of documentation for a wildfire safe plan or for a community fire safe plan that tells us what's going on there, and we're not necessarily as concerned with understanding the nuance of that.
And Rob, nor the utility line or roadway.
Correct.
clearing,
Yes.
right?
That whole list of
Yeah.
within that same section.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, and I think maybe just a little bit more, Chris, I asked that same question, why would the county even be concerned about those? And it's to try to track, to show that we're doing diligence relevant to tree removal, just maybe so we can keep a number. But we talked about permitting, we talked about a fee, and I said, I don't want to do any of that. But keep it as simple as we can.
Exactly.
When I would liken our, the proposed administrative permit, permit is a word that, definitely has a lot of connotations to a lot of different folks, and there's a lot of different levels of what a permit might be. I liken it to sort of like a verification. I mean, we are just simply trying to verify that the initiation of these removal of these healthy oak trees did stem from some requirement from a fire insurance company, or an insurance company or some scenario. So we're trying to find that balance. It really is, our administrative permit is the tool that we use to deal with oak trees. And so we're calling it that, but it's much simpler and it will take less time. And so we are trying to make it to where it wouldn't be prohibitive, and that we can then roll up all our administrative permits at the end of every year and figure out how many trees and how many insurance, removals we allowed, and get a sense of the work and all of that. So it does help with staffing. It does help with sort of our budgetary responsibility and all those sorts of things as well.
Yeah, and especially when you're talking about dispensable space too, because that's got to take in kind of.
And defensible space is one of those areas that's within the exempt. So it's not, defensible
Right.
space does not require a permit. It's the insurance or a verification of insurance require, so it's those ones where, because what we don't want to happen, and we get a lot of calls in our code enforcement shop saying, hey, my neighbor's removing oak trees. What's going on out there? We're also trying to limit, for those ones, we're opening up sort of a new program. People are going to see trees potentially being removed closer to their houses than they might have before. And so when they get that call, they'll be able to look and track it and say, oh, we've got, verification on that, nothing to see here, as opposed to then going out to a site and having to do an investigation and spending a lot of time and county resources in that lane.
All right. Thanks.
So, Mr. Chair, with that, I would move approval of this item with those three minor changes that were shown last on the screen. There's four there. Okay, the four changes. And my comment would be, I agree with the Live Oaks. They should be exempt from this, but.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead
And go there at this time.
second that. I do, that was one of the biggest things and we're going to take care of that, make sure that happens future, so we don't have these horrific fires anymore.
Go cut down the little ones now, just saying.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
Grow like friggin' weeds is what they do.
Good luck, because you gotta spray them and spray them and spray them and spray them. They keep.
All
coming
right,
back.
so we got a motion and a second. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you.
Guys very much.
Thank you.
All right. So let's move on to item number 27. Supervisor
forgot about
Parlin. Letter to the ABC.
Item number 27 comes from Supervisor Parlin, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign a letter to the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control regarding the Shingle Springs Gaming Authority petition for condition modification to remove a condition restricting the presence of amusement machines or video game devices at the Express Fuel Travel Center.
Right, I forgot about this. I think it's pretty straightforward. I so appreciate Allison Renters keeping an eye on these things related to tribe stuff. She flagged it and said, hey, the tribe's asking for this condition to be removed at the gas station there so that they can put in one of those claw game machines. And it's like, yeah, we're totally on board with that. That totally makes sense. The problem was that there isn't clarity in the language about that condition. And so we thought, we'll just send in a letter to kind of clarify what our thinking is yeah, go ahead and have some vending machines, not gambling machines. And so I thought that was a prudent thing to do, bring it to the board so everybody knows what we're doing. And Allison also sent a copy to the tribe so that they knew we were doing this too. So I think it's pretty straightforward, but I didn't want to do this without the board's knowledge or approval. Any questions, really?
No. All right, I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
Now taking public comment specifically regarding item 27. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press your raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, I'm representing myself in this case, but I was at the.
Chris, it looks like the mic's still on.
Yeah, it's red.
Yep. How did it? Just
Just for you.
just for me. Did you do something?
No, maybe Rob turned it off when he
Okay.
finished speaking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. All I wanted to say was I did bring this up at the taxpayers meeting. And we saw that this was coming from Supervisor Parlin, so we figured it's gotta be good. Meaning that it's acceptable and should be done. The only thing that came up, and I think you just spoke to that, and I just want to be clear on, there's no gambling machines that'll be part of this. It's just amusement and video games. That's my understanding. If it's not that, please respond. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, so go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Ken Greenwood here. These are not gaming devices. And or do we have control over that? I imagine the state does to a limited extent. But no, is this an expansion of the gaming floor area of the casino, if you will? If so, that's interesting. But some explanation on that would be good. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Ken.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board.
Yeah, just to address that again, that the condition number 2 said there shall be no amusement machines or video game devices. But when you go to the code, those terms aren't exactly defined. So we thought we're not opposed to a game machine like the claw machine and video games. We don't want to support gambling. And I think the code actually doesn't support gambling there, but because the original condition was kind of gray, we thought we should just submit our concerns, yet support for the vending game machine. So, yeah, and I think the tribe has been very thoughtful about, working with the county on these things. So I don't anticipate a problem, but just better safe than sorry to put in our comment.
Okay. So bring it back to the board for action.
Oh, with that, I'd love to move this item.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great, thank you.
All right,
Thanks, Allison.
County Council, are we gonna have any report out after closed session?
There is the potential for a report out, yes.
So, do you want to do your tos and froms after we come back?
Do them now.
Or you want to do them now?
Do them now.
All right, okay. All right, let's start with Greg.
Last week we had Behavioral Health Commission meeting. And of significance was Director Deal's presentation on the implementation of the Behavioral Health Services Act as opposed to the Mental Health Services Act that's been in place for the state for over 20 years. And I don't have my notes with me because I thought we were going back in, but it's the state's mandating a new program and you know, we're trying to navigate how to figure it out. And a lot of the questions are getting unanswered. The feeling is that it's more of a, not as much of a partnership with the state as it used to be, but more of a authoritarian type of program, which is really not too surprising. But it's going to be, there's going to be a lot of changes, and they're trying to figure out, they're going to have public forum meetings to try to educate the public on the changes to different mental health or behavioral health programs now, but they're gonna be working hard to try to implement this. It's gonna be a challenge. And then I had my final session last Thursday and Friday of the CSAC New Supervisors Conference, or Institute, I guess.
I saw photos online.
Hmm?
You were on social media.
I was on social media?
Yeah, because CSAC, they're very proud of, you know, their supervisor training, so you're featured. Yeah, you're on there with everyone.
Didn't know that.
Yeah,
Should've watched
I was checking up on you. No, but no, I saw it posted. I'm a
She's
CSAC
keeping an eye
follower.
on you, I guess.
I follow CSAC. I
You can
can't help
check on
it.
District 1, all right.
Okay. All right, Brooke, you got anything?
Yeah, I have one thing I'd like to report on, Mr. Chair. For the Emerald Bay parking pilot project has begun effective July 15th of 2025. That is aimed to do three things. Number one, eliminate the illegal parking, like physically eliminate the ability for people to park illegally. Number two, the introduction of public transit. And in the first week of the program, we were running at 25% occupancy, which according to the third party that we've hired to run that shuttle, which is Downtowner, that is the best rollout they've ever seen. They typically, when there's a new project, they have their drivers sitting in shuttle vans for their whole entire, you know, term that day, 10 hours, and they don't get any ridership. So the fact that we had 25% was really a great start out of the gate. And remember, that's paid as well. They pay to use that shuttle. And then the third prong of that project is the enforcement. We started the enforcement. We only run it on the weekends because that's all we had money for. You have to pay the CHP overtime to have dedicated enforcement. And so we are doing that on the weekends, which is where we typically see our highest numbers. And we had one vehicle towed. We had 35 citations and 7 dangerous or illegal parking, meaning like over the fog line into traffic type of thing. So anyway, we're off to a great start, and I just wanted to let the board know that we're off and running, and we hope that that's something that'll be implemented for years to come.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good. Ryan?
What were the routes? Did you say, is it just a downtown route or?
Yeah, no, what we do is we go from, it's all in the unincorporated part of the county. So we go from Camp Rich,
Okay.
which is on Highway 89.
I went by there Friday.
There you go. So it starts in Camp Rich, goes to Emerald Bay, and then that's the southern route.
Southern route.
And then the northern route goes from Sugar Pine Campground to Emerald Bay. And the thought behind that is those are both large bed bases where people have already driven their RV or their vehicle. They've parked it, they've set up camp. And what we're trying to do in just this experimental phase of the project is say, those of you who already have your vehicles in the area and parked, take the public transit, don't get in your car. So we're trying to eliminate additional cars up in the area, but eventually the goal
is to have no parking at Emerald Bay. If you wish to see that site, which is gorgeous, you have to take either public transit or waterborne transit. And really, I took it on that Tuesday, the first shuttle up. It's an extraordinary trip. Everyone in your party gets to sit back, enjoy the views, enjoy the ride up. It's stress-free. You get up and out of the shuttle and your groups together and you take off and enjoy that whole area. What I saw happening up there is that people come up in their own cars. They can't find parking. There's families usually in these cars. So the driver lets out all of their, all the people in their vehicle. So that stops traffic, right? Right there. They get out and then they go, okay, I'll go find parking. I'll meet you back here. So the parties get separated. And then ironically, they repeat that at the end of the day, same thing. Driver goes to get the car, you know, leaves people behind. It's just a cluster. I think public transit will not only reduce vehicle miles traveled, which is very important in the basin for pollution, water quality, but it'll create a better experience for not only our locals, but our visitors. We have locals that say, I haven't gone up there in 20 years because it's so crazy. But now with this new system, I'm anxious to go again and see Glen Eagle Falls and see Vikings Home. So I think it's going to be a real win-win. Lots of little pieces to fix along the way, but you have to start somewhere, and this is where we're starting. So more to come. But thank you for your interest in that.
Yeah, and thank you for deserting us. Yeah.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Didn't ride the shuttle on Friday, but we went through there going and coming back. And so saw the barricades and saw some enforcement going on. So
Good.
It was crazy.
Yeah,
But anyway,
it's still crazy up
always
there, but
crazy.
it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah,
Which is good.
So just quickly, Supervisor Parlin, myself and staff and county council had Rubicon Road status update. We'll be hopefully bringing an item to the full board for discussion. Lots of things going on up there that we needed to talk about.
Yep.
On Thursday, we Supervisor Turnbull, myself, employee barbecue, got grease exposure. Haven't filed the workers' comp claim yet, but it's coming. No, it was great.
That's why you
Great.
wear long sleeve shirts.
Well, it was fine. It wasn't as bad as what you said it was going to be, but
Yeah.
anyway, it was great. A lot of employees, good participation, and a shout out to King's Meats, Casey King donating the hamburgers and the hot dogs. And everybody that participated did a great job in supplying the food, and I think it was very well received. So appreciate all the work and effort that went into that. And then meeting with staff on the oak tree ordinance just the other day, and I appreciate the staff's extra work on it to get to where it needed to be, and it'll only get better from here.
Okay.
That's it.
Lori?
Yeah, so yeah, the Rubicon briefing was good, and looking forward to bringing that to the full board because we haven't had an update in quite some time. I had a meeting with a bed and breakfast owner in the county, and he had some suggestions for changing our bed and breakfast ordinance, and I kind of went, oh gosh. But the industry is changing, and so I said that I would try to interject that suggestion into our ag lodging discussion. I haven't told Leanne yet or Karen, but I think it's something that, you know, industries change and we have to keep up with this. So we'll see what we can do. I wanted to thank everyone that participated in the employee blood drive. I went over and did my part because I realized, you know, not everybody can donate, and so I try to when I can. And it looked like on the sheet that we had a good turnout. I haven't seen numbers yet, but it's really important to remember that just something as simple as that, if you're able, we do save lives. So fun to see everyone at the barbecue. It's always fun. I just love that so much. I'm glad we do that. I watched and participated kind of in a Mountain County's had a webinar on post wildfire erosion threats to drinking water. And it's interesting, we had this webinar on that topic because one of our members is dealing with it in his county. And then the same day, a study just came out to verify this. So I think it's another, you know, it's another thing for us to think of when we're looking at this vegetation management, forest management, all of that, because those wildfires then affect our water systems and our drinking water. And then you have to pay more to try to clean up the erosion to have good drinking water. So again, getting in front of the wildfires, we all know it, but this is another piece of data that's verified. So appreciated that. And then lastly, went up to Georgetown because they opened up a new substation there. They moved. And so shout out to the STAR volunteers that are going to be manning that substation most of the time. And the community turned out very appreciative. It's very visible on the main drag. And I got a lot of, hey, we're excited about this. And the sheriff was there and our resident deputy and stuff. So just really appreciate their engagement in the community up there on the divide.
So anyway, that's it.
Yep.
All right. I just wanted to tell you, I had a meeting with Gary Campbell the other day of Channel 2, and they put that all together right now, what we were at when we were at Grizzly Flat, talking about Title 25. So that's it's airing now. So anyway, thanks to Gary for putting that together and being out there and supporting us, especially the county and especially the residents who live in Grizzly Flat and the whole district. We had a juvenile facility meeting. Brian and I attended that. It was in conference in May talking about the facility and what its future is. And then also like the staff barbecue was just great. And one of the things is that people got to understand what we did is I was asked, basically we weren't going to have it because the budget wouldn't allow it because we're going through this part of the problem with our budget. So I told Joey, let me make a couple phone calls. So I did and got a hold of Casey King, and he was very gracious to donate all the hamburgers and hot dogs for that event. So, and he came out with us and he even flipped hamburgers too with us. So I just want to reach out and say thank you, Casey, for all your hard work, coming out there, being a part of it and donating that to make this happen for our county. So I really do appreciate it. Yesterday we had John Conforti talking about a compost facility at the old Vitabark plant. So we're trying to get something going, especially when it comes like even biomass or compost or whatever we can do with that location down there. So anyway, that's all I have. All right.
So just quickly, I hope this goes without saying that the staff in the CAO's office are absolutely phenomenal, top notch. So with that in mind, and as we prepare for the transition of me leaving, I wanted to let the board know that Laura Schwartz will be handling the July 29th meeting and the board briefings, and then Sue Henneke will be handling the August 12th meeting and the board briefings. So,
Okay.
thank you.
All right. So we're resumed to closed sessions to hear item 24, 26, 28, and 29. All right, we're out of closed session. County Council, is a new report out?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The board completed its closed session agenda. Concerning item 26, the matter of County of El Dorado versus Martin and Diane Murillo. On a 5-0 vote, the Board of Supervisors authorized the chair to sign a stipulation for entry of judgment and condemnation and issuance of a final order of condemnation, thereby fully resolving this condemnation litigation. The material terms of the stipulated judgment are as follows. County will pay the owners $136,000 in full compensation for acquisition of owner's property interests necessary for the Diamond Springs Parkway Phase 1B project. Upon recordation of a final order of condemnation, all property interests being acquired will fully vest in the county, and each party will bear their own expenses, fees, and costs. That concludes my report.
All right, so adjourn this meeting at 5:54.